Thanks. Yo! Welcome back, everyone. How's it going? It is time for day 6 of our Silent Hill marathon. And tomorrow, it is time for Silent Hill F. This will be the last day of our run through the classic games. Tomorrow, we'll be getting started with Silent Hill F, which is why we're all here. This is all build up to the new Silent Hill game. So we'll be starting that up tomorrow. And yeah, it's exciting times just around the corner. Let me see here. Nico, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Cuckoo. Much appreciated. Seems like Zenko resubbed while the VODs were on. Zenko, you're probably not there, but thank you. Dombat subbed. That was a new tier 1 also while the VODs were on. I always hope that these people know that it was a VOD. Yeah, let's see. Who else is here? Crow, good to see you. Mercian, Kaiser, all the usuals. Hey, Dombat, you're there. Cool. Yeah, so that's the plan. We have the second half of Silent Hill 2 to go through today. Well, probably a bit less than half. But we also have Born from a Wish to do afterwards, so that's probably what we'll do when we wrap up the main game. Do Born from a Wish. And yeah, then tomorrow we'll have Silent Hill F. That'll be starting in around 20 hours, roughly. So yeah, around 20 hours until Silent Hill F. Will I play the short message today? Probably not. Probably not. I reckon we'll finish off the main game, do Born from a Wish. I might get off a little bit early. And yeah, then tomorrow I'll be on quite a bit earlier than my usual starts for the last few days. You know, I'll be on like midday UK time tomorrow. Yeah, like around 20 hours from now. I'll probably put a little countdown timer up on the stream later on. You know, when I switch over to the VODs, I think I'll put up a little countdown. So yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. And yeah, who knows? We might even... I'm not really sure where I'm going with this marathon. You know, we'll obviously keep it going until I finish Silent Hill F. If we meet the Chronos sub-goal, we might keep it running and, you know, do Chronos as a part of the marathon. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with this yet. And we'll just, we'll take it as it comes. You know, we might even end up doing a couple of playthroughs of F. Well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Give me a second here. Sucking on my balls, on my big hairy balls, on my balls. If you'd like to suck my balls. Hold on. So I'm just looking for my enhanced Silent Hill 2 file here. There we go. Okay, hold on. New controller firmware available. Go away, Steam. Hold on, my Steam is interfering here. Okay, let me shut this down. Hold on. Let me get rid of this game capture. Let me bring up display capture. Now, let's see if... I think I'm going to have to load up the file again. Hold on. If you'd like to suck on my balls. Okay, let me load this up again. Sorry about this. I think it should be okay now. Now, let me see if my controller is working. Hey, Ghosty. Hey, there we go. We're in business. Nice. Okay, so we wrapped up at the end of Brookhaven Hospital yesterday. We just finished up. We went into the director's room. We got our mysterious message from the director. And now we're following his notes to get this letter and the wrench back at Rosewater Park. Let's take a look at my files here. Hospital alternate lobby. That's where we were. Extra riddle mode. Well, I think the enhanced edition is pretty good overall, Melodat. I have some issues with it. But to me, this is like the proper HD collection version of the game. Though I think in the future I will go back to the PS2 version. Because I don't really like... I think my biggest problem with the enhanced edition is how the CG scenes look. They're too... You shouldn't be seeing them at that high res, it feels like to me. They look too doll-like. It's too crystal clear. It just doesn't... It looks off to me. But you also can customize your enhanced edition. You know, like, I'm not really a fan of these new item images either, but that's something that you can change. Maybe there's even a way to lower the res of the CG scenes. But yeah, I'm not a fan of some of the remade images here either. But in the grand scheme of things, I think this is a really good version of the game. Yeah, this is not the HD collection. This is the fan-made HD collection. Which is much better than the official version. There is a way to lower the res, Nico, yeah? Yeah. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. So now we're just following this mysterious message. I really like this part of the game, how it's just these strange notes that start to guide us from this point on. At the start of the game, you know, James comes up with his own first objective. He thinks of Rosewater Park. And he starts to follow Laura. And now we're being guided by strange spiritual forces within the town. I always assumed it's James imagining the notes. Yeah, well, I think it could be a mixture of things. James's mind combined with things from the town's history. The spirits of the town. This whole sequence, I like to interpret this as actually being the director of the hospital guiding us here, in some sense. You know, and then this sequence ends with us going up to the Historical Society where we're presented with an image of the old Brookhaven director from the 1800s or whatever, like the old... We learned that that Brookhaven Hospital goes way back in time, that it was built many moons ago. But yeah, the idea could just be kind of like Pyramid Head, that when James was a tourist with Mary, when he went to the Historical Society, maybe he saw the picture of the Brookhaven director there, and that's where all of this comes from. The town taking things from James's memory of the place. But yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get up to the Historical Society. We'll go into more detail with all of this when it becomes relevant soon. Yeah, Cabby, I think that is probably the idea. But yeah, we'll talk about it when we get up to the Historical Society. Elman, Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. And Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do?
Thanks.
Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking? I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. Taking revenge, you would think, is what he was about to say there. D-Gamer, thank you very much for the 55. The streets are scary here at night. So dark. Yeah, this was a really tough sequence in the remake as well, I thought. You had to get through a lot of enemies to get to your next save. But yeah, it was very impressive what they did with the return to the town. I thought they went kind of above and beyond for that sequence. You know, in the original game, when we come back out, the buildings haven't really changed or anything like that. But in the remake, they turned it into like a full-on otherworld sequence. You know, where like there were loads of different visuals. All of the buildings were decaying and covered in blood and rust. The building that you investigated, the apartments from the start of the game that you investigated with the janitor, that place had completely crumbled. But yeah, like they redesigned this whole portion of the town. I really liked the visual of the bed sheets. You know, the sheets that were there earlier in the game, just completely covered in blood, and they were all damp and wet from the rain. Yeah, they did a great job with that sequence, visually. And again, you know, they could have played that sequence fairly straight. They could have just mirrored the original game, not changed anything in the town, just cover the town in darkness. You know, no one would have said anything. But yeah, they really gave it their all. It's things like that that kind of make it hard for me to really criticize Bloober too much when it comes to the things that I dislike about the Silent Hill 2 remake. Because, man, you know, they really tried. They went above and beyond in so many ways when it came to recreating things and expanding on things from the original game. You know, they left no stone unturned. Oh, okay. Where are we going here? I think so, Cuckoo. Yeah, I think that's one of the most complimentary things I could say about it as well. You know, when I hear that people's first experience with Silent Hill 2 is the remake, I'm not gonna like cringe and go, oh God, no, they're not playing the real Silent Hill 2. I'm like, yeah, it's a good version of the game. It's a good modernized version. When I heard about people playing the HD collection as their first experience with Silent Hill, that made me recoil in horror. It still pains me when I see people playing the Silent Hill HD collection as a first experience. It's like it hurts. It almost physically hurts me when I see someone playing Silent Hill 2 in the HD collection. So, you know, I think a lot of people did play it as their first Silent Hill, and then that did get them into the series. Somehow they enjoyed it. That's the thing. That's one of the worst things, though, about the HD collection. Like, people they'll play it and they won't really notice all the things that are wrong. They're getting a drastically worse experience, but so many of the things are subtle that they won't even know. You know, all of the little visual downgrades, audio downgrades. Just in general, how washed out and pale Silent Hill 2 looks. The roads, the fog, the disastrous fog where it's like this wall in front of you. Granted, with recent patches, I don't think it's as bad. But I think it still has, you know, significant problems. Too pure or clean road. It looks terrible so much. Masahiro Ito. 2010. Or whenever he said that. So here we get introduced to the Mandarins, which they're barely an enemy in the original version of the game. In the remake, they turned them into they expanded on them. So it's not really a great enemy in the remake. I'm not really a fan of the scream stun attack. It feels more like a gimmick than like a real attack. Although I think it still can kind of affect the gameplay if there are multiple Mandarins in an area and one stuns you with the scream and then the other one attacks you. It's still kind of a tedious enemy in the remake, but again, still credit to Bloober for trying to expand on an enemy that was barely even an enemy in the OG. Very Closer-esque, these things. With their big arms. Whoa, there's 3 of them here. Damn, they're having a party. Whoa, there we go. Very Closer-esque the way they have those little spikes that come out of their arms as well. I think Ito might have commented on this design in 2, where he kind of said this was like an unfinished design. I can't remember. Don't quote me on that, but I think he has said something about this design and then kind of being able to expand on what he wanted to do with this design in Silent Hill 3. Fuck him. Oh no, we didn't see it properly. They kind of stand there for a second before they drop down. How much ammo do I have left? Ah, fuck it, let's go. Okay. Now we're back on this side of town where we started the game. We can revisit some of the locations that we've been to. Let's head back to Neely's bar with the whole message. See if there's anything new waiting for us. Memo lying. Yeah, same thing here. Hold on a second. The plan was to do Silent Hill 2 in one go yesterday, but I messed up the timing because I thought I'd be playing Silent Hill F today, but we won't be playing Silent Hill F until tomorrow. Hold on one sec, guys. Of the mannequins that we see on the street here, just frozen in the dark. Street lights. Oh, this message is still here. But now we have a new one. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Yeah, and if we interact with this, it adds points to the in water ending. It's dangerous to read this. This will lead James on the suicidal path. We look at this. Hold on 1 second. Trying to find some tweets from Masahiro Ito talking about the Mandarins. How do you know what adds points? The research that people have done since the game came out. People investigating the files of the game. The code of the game to figure this stuff out. Because this is all stuff that's happening in the background. The game never tells you what's adding points, what's taking away points. This is just stuff that fans have uncovered. Not that you need to go into the files to discover all this stuff, you know, just repeatedly playing the games and talking with other people, you can kind of, you know, figure it out just by doing multiple playthroughs, or at least when it comes to certain things. But yeah, this is one of the things that adds to the in water ending. Kind of like Angela's knife. That's another thing that adds to the suicidal ending. You know, it makes sense. It's a message basically telling you to go kill yourself. Makes sense with Angela's knife. You know, there's usually a logic to it. If you keep your health low, that's another thing that adds to the in-water ending. Adds points to the in-water ending. Keep your health high, there's a higher chance of the lead ending, the redemption ending. You take care of Maria well, there's a higher chance you'll get the Maria ending. You go back to visit her repeatedly, stay close to her, all those things. Avoid looking at pictures of Mary, because if you look at pictures of Mary, there's a higher chance you'll get the leave ending. You know, it makes sense that you would want to avoid anything related to Mary if you want to get the Maria ending. So there's usually a logic to it. Hold on a second. Okay. One thing I forgot to look at earlier. Gonzalez's Mexican restaurant. It's cool what they did with this place in the remake. The big mural that they had on the wall. Yeah, here we have Silent Hill Post Office. Got another health drink. And right next to the Silent Hill Post Office, here it is. Magical envelopes. Which is kind of funny because later on in the game, there's another hidden little detail where Mary's letter will start to disappear. First, the text disappears from the letter and it's just a blank page. Then eventually the whole thing will be gone. The envelope and everything. I haven't been looking at Mary's photo. Okay, where are we going here? Someone asking me about Konami's poll, asking what Metal Gear game you want remade next. I'm not going to be engaging with that. Are the MSX games on the list? Yeah, I would probably vote for the MSX games if I had to choose. So here we get a wrench. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. I love how this just continues from where the last one left off. Strange. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Yeah, there's just something about this that really makes me think it is like the director. It is the director's ghost in some sense. Love the way we get addressed again here. But I guess the Neely's Bard note also addresses us. I don't think that's supposed to be the director. Great little moment here. I also saw that thing. Probably in reference to Pyramid Head. Then one of the first things we see when we go into the Historical Society is the painting of Pyramid Head. Alright. This is another area that I loved in the remake. This little residential area with these houses. Just the whole mood of the street here. It's really, really good in the remake. Yeah, Cabby, I guess it's just how personal it is. The way it just sounds there. I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your soul, James. Really feel like I'm listening to someone who is looking at James, some other character. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Yeah, and this was... Now we understand the meaning behind this note from before. The door opens in the dark. It's as simple as that. So now we make our way back up to the parking lot. Interesting how at the end of the Brookhaven sequence we read a note from this patient as well, the director's patient. He tells us, I took the key, the one to the museum. Whoop. More handgun rounds. Andy's Pizza. Look at that mascot. I think I usually miss this sign. He has a big P on his chest. Free delivery. Yeah, Ezio, I really like the Ernest character. I love all the ambiguity and the mystery in the Maria story. Those strange scenes that we get with Ernest. Where in one sense he feels like a really powerful character, and then in another sense he feels like a very kind of weak, pathetic character. Like he seems to have all this knowledge of the town and its history, and he knows about James, and he feels like he kind of creates Maria in a sense, puts her on this path. But then he's also this like weakling who can't leave his room. You know, he's stuck in the room and he desperately needs Maria's help so he can try and do this ritual. And like his whole objective feels like this lost cause. You know, he's like this, he's kind of a pathetic character at the same time. I thought the contrast between those two things is really interesting with Ernest. You know, he's a lot like James in many ways, you know? He's full of grief and loss and pain, and he's still stuck here as a spirit, desperately trying to reconnect with his family and trying to perform this ritual. I love the final scene where she walks into the room, the music there, the stillness of it. So here we are back at Jennifer's statue. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Go back to the patient's memo. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. The key to the society is in the park. At the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth, I was looking for tranquility. Okay, let's dig it up. Would there be something under here? A small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. Well, we have a wrench. I found this on a porch on Lindsay Street. It's a tool used for turning nuts and bolts. I got the old bronze key. Antique-looking bronze key. It was hidden behind one of those statues lined up in the park. Okay. Now we venture up to the Historical Society. I don't think we have any mannequins jumping over this time. Fire Lord, hey. Okay, we're here. It's a long walk up here. Always love this strange looking picture here. A weird looking room with all the windows so high up, or what seem to be windows. Always reminds me of where we fight the final boss, you know, up at the very top of the hotel. It's not really the same as that location, but it always makes me think of that area. Looks like an asylum. A crematorium. Hard to really know. This door has been taken off its hinges here. Misty day, remains of the judgment. It's him. Another iconic moment here. Now, this is another thing that Masahiro Ito expanded on, which I never even really thought about, but it's cool that the thought they put into this sequence here. You know, Pyramid Head, the monster, is a creature born from James's mind, right? The other characters, they don't see Pyramid Head. James asks Eddie, you know, you haven't seen that red pyramid thing, have you? Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. You know, and then as the game goes on, we get more and more of these little details suggesting that the characters are seeing different monsters and different things in the town. Laura, yeah, doesn't see anything. To her, it's a more normal town. She hasn't committed a sin like the other characters. She isn't here to be punished for a crime. She's not seeing any of these monsters. So then you would have to think that this here is also born from James's mind, right? Because this image of Pyramid Head is just like the monster that we see in the game, which would make you wonder, well, what's actually being depicted here? What would a normal person see here? And the idea is that James came here with Mary. You know, when they came here for their romantic vacation, they explored the town like tourists and went to the historical society. And right here, in reality, would be a picture of the old executioners of the town. Pyramid Head is a representation, or he takes the form of the old executioners that did once inhabit the town. So James saw this, and that's what Pyramid Head was. You know, the town takes things from your experiences, from your memories, and projects them into your reality. So James was here learning all about the history of the town. And now the town is taking those things from his memories and projecting them into his world. They're born from his mind, from his memories, from his experiences. Later on, when we go down into the prison area, we'll see a depiction of one of the real executioners, and you'll see that they wear triangular-shaped hoods. That's where the pyramid head comes from. It's like a twisted reshaping of the real executioner's design. But now when he comes back here, he's not seeing the picture he's not seeing the real picture here depicting the executioners. He's seeing his own executioner. What are you talking about? All I see in that picture is Scooby-Doo. I love this pair of feet at the bottom here. When we go into his private quarters later, we see an image that's just like this too. We see bodies in cages hanging from the ceiling. But yeah, I never even really thought about Pyramid Head being created from something James actually experienced, from his memory. I just thought, James comes to Silent Hill, he desires punishment. So the town creates this entity born from James's wish to be punished. And I thought that was basically the explanation for it. But it's really cool that the developers thought about it in this detail. No, like we need to take something from James's actual memory, from what he experienced here. He needs some knowledge of the executioners in order for the town to create this monster for him. It's really cool the thought they put into some of this stuff that's like totally under the surface, that they, you know, they don't make this stuff explicit at all. But yeah, you could certainly come to that conclusion by seeing this here. Because it's definitely suggested that this monster is James's personal monster that no one else can see. That might make you wonder, you know, what is really here? What is this painting? What would this painting be showing to someone else? Misty day, remains of the judgment. There probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A scene from this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer buildings then, and only a handful of buildings. Wait, did I say buildings twice there? There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Right, Ice Arrow, but it's the fact that it's also taking something from his memories here when he visited the place with Mary. That's how the town was able to create this manifestation for him, because James visited the Historical Society on vacation and saw the images of the real executioners. And then Pyramid Head was born as a manifestation of those real executioners. Also makes me wonder about Maria. Did James also see an advertisement for Maria, Lady Maria, a stripper at Heaven's Night? And then create this Maria entity as a manifestation of that stripper that he saw? Or where we're maybe seeing a mesh where Maria takes the form of his wife and this stripper that he saw. Kind of works with what we see in Silent Hill 3 as well. You know, when you go back to Heaven's Night with Heather, if you have a Silent Hill 2 save, there'll be an advertisement, a poster for Lady Maria. The return of Lady Maria to Heaven's Night. But the woman on the poster looks nothing like James's Maria. I always kind of like that idea as well, that Maria was also a real person here. Wearing Christina Aguilera's outfit, yeah. That was the inspiration for Maria's design. Some very, very Japanese looking guys here. Members of Team Silent, I think. There is, in fact, a poster for Heaven's Night in the bathroom you start the game in. Yeah. I always talk about that. It feels kind of fitting. Fitting to see Maria on an ad like that. Kind of works symbolically, you know, this advertisement for James. As if she's this possession, this object that he can go in and acquire as a replacement for his wife. a photo is hanging here. Wiltsey Coal Mine. Right, Cabby, but again, the Maria you see on that poster is looks just like James's Maria. I'm trying to use this pyramid head type logic, you know, where maybe he saw way back when he was on vacation with Mary, maybe he saw an ad for Maria at Heaven's Night, the return of Lady Maria, the stripper. And then when he came back after murdering Mary, he created this image of Maria in his head, which is maybe like some combination of his wife and the stripper that he saw an ad for, maybe. There's nothing particularly special about this photograph. Let's grab the goblet, another rebirth item here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. Brookhaven goes way back. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. Here he is. Spooky looking picture here. This is the guy who's been sending me messages. But yeah, again, maybe just something born from James's memory of seeing this. And he creates his own version of the director in his mind. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? Wonder what this picture would look like to someone else, because this probably isn't what's here. You know, this is a hole that we jump down deep down in the abyss down there. Gary Oldman. Okay, let's head down. We do the full walk. Forget how long it takes if you walk all the way. Nah, I'm gonna run. Love when they start overlapping like that. They do get brought up quite a bit, bad humans, though a lot of what we were talking about just now wasn't just based on what Ito said, like my theories about the director being a spirit. The whole thing with Maria possibly being based on a real woman. None of those theories that I had about Maria was based on anything Ito has said. But yeah, I think the idea now is that we are so far from reality. This area is characterized as the abyss, so I should have showed the map before coming down here. Because this area is facing the lake itself. Yeah, see, the Silent Hill Historical Society, it's right up beside the lake here. And this staircase is pointing right in the direction of the lake, so it's almost like, in some metaphorical sense, we're going deep down below the lake here. But also the idea that we're going deep down into the past. Because now suddenly we have arrived inside an 1800s Toluca prison. So it's like we're going deep down into the past itself. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. The previous areas in the game are areas that I think exist in reality. They are just being shaped by the perception of the characters inhabiting those buildings. But is there really a prison? Is Toluca prisons actually existing in this state underneath the Historical Society? I don't think so. This is where it starts to get quite a bit more abstract. You know, like, where is James in reality here? What's going on? The apartment building really did exist, I do believe. The Brookhaven Hospital did exist. But now we're just deep inside the abyss of James's mind. And it starts to become much more unreal. The foghorns could be alluding to the later mentioned ship. That's how I always thought about it. Yeah, the little Baroness that we read about later. We hear about them earlier as well. You read about them in Rosewater Park. You know, the people who died. The 67 who died and now sleep beneath the water. But yeah, here it's like the buildings themselves are a mental projection. The previous areas are real buildings being colored in by the character's perception, but now it's like the whole place is in our head. Okay, here it is. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. And if you look carefully at this picture, it can be kind of hard to see when it's so small, but there's someone wearing a triangular red hood in the picture here. One of the real executioners. And I'd say there's probably a figure that looks more like this up there in the Misty Day painting where James sees Pyramid Head. Here's the real Pyramid Head. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Sound here, like someone hanging from a noose. If you look at the picture here as well, it looks like lying figures. Strange looking picture. It looks like, you know, you see trees in the background. It looks like it's outside. All this nature, but then these lying figure monsters being skewered, impaled on tree branches and stuff. Yeah, maybe we should do polls for this section. Skewering or strangling? I would say most people would pick strangling over skewering, right? Skewering sounds very, very slow and painful, potentially. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War. Later became Toluca prison. Skewering was usually done through the ass and leaving you on display. Those creatures certainly looked like they were on display there. Almost looked like a beautiful landscape, the rest of the picture there. I guess made it look even more disturbing. You know, it kind of looked like a nice day. All this nature, the trees in the background. Then you had these skewered lying figures in the foreground. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? The same picture we were looking at up above. Well, that's what you get when you go jumping down holes where you can't see the bottom. You get stuck down wells. So here, you don't really have many options. What do we do here? No doors. No sign of escape. Just the same looking wall, no matter where we look. We have no key items to help us. Mary, help me. The trick is to examine the wall. There's nothing really else you can do. Try and interact with anything you can. It's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. But what about this part of the wall? Huh. This is different. Just this spot here feels different than the rest of the wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. Yeah, the fact that you can interact with the wall alone, that in itself feels kind of like a hint. You know, just a blank wall. Not much else you can do. Always loved that weird little detail. The way we trip when we exit that area. We trip off a little ledge. It's kind of unusual. Oh! You can hear the fly things here. Isn't that the sound that plays later in the bug room? All the bricks and rubble. Is the placement of the breakable part... I'm not sure if it's in the same place every time. I don't know. Speedrunners would know the answer to that question. I feel like the water looks a little bit too wobbly here. I think this might be an enhanced edition issue. I don't think it usually looks this wobbly. Or if it is this wobbly, I don't think it's as clear as it is here normally at a lower resolution. Jelly. There's a door at the bottom. The door is locked. This was one part of the game in the remake where I really missed the fixed cameras. I feel like this prison sequence here doesn't really land as well in the remake. right? Because the level design is the exact same as it is in the original, but the camera's permanently right behind James, that over-the-shoulder camera, so it kind of loses a lot of its quality here, I think, in the remake. You know, this is one area that, like, really, really benefits from the fixed cameras and the way they, like, stage some of these areas. Even the way James looks when you approach the previous hole. When you're, like, right behind him when he's looking at the hole, it's like you don't really feel the scope of the area. Or, like, the... You know, in the original, it's like you're looking down into the hole from above. And this area as well, you know, it's supposed to have this really disorienting quality to it, but you can't really see it as well in the remake. There weren't many areas like that in the remake where I really missed the original camera, but this was definitely one of them. And I guess part of it was because the level design was identical as well, you know, they... In so many of the environments in the remake, they, you know, they reinvented so many of the areas where it had completely different level design, but this place was note for note the same, but the camera was different. I got the spiral writing key. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. I wonder if it would have worked if they switched to a fixed camera for, like, specific scenes. The controls would have to change as well. It might have just felt like too much of a gimmick. It might have been jarring in a bad kind of way. I don't know. I'm just thinking of Downpour and those horrific moments where it switches to a fixed camera. Where it's just kind of embarrassing. But yeah, maybe it would have been cool in the remake if they did switch for like a couple of scenes. So our light goes off here. It looks like it's the same type of battery that the flashlight uses. Got it in the hospital room. Just an ordinary dry cell battery. I changed the light's battery. This animation here on the wall. I think this is another thing that you're maybe not supposed to be seeing at such a high resolution. Hey. Okay, this is where we use our spiral writing key, obviously. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down? Of course.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
This is such a great delivery on that line. Yeah. Eddie really feels like a mirror to James there, to me. You can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. I think James had a lot of bad experiences with the way Mary was looking at him when he was going on those hospital visits. I think James was probably quite scared of Mary's looks.
Thanks.
She was a monster to him in the end. Why not? Till now, I always let people walk all over me. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. Lil half dead with the 97.
Thanks.
The 97 streak as well. Cheers. Nervoth with the 26 as well. Thank you. And yeah, Bad Humans, what you were saying about Silent Hill 1. That opening sequence in Silent Hill 1. Yeah, in so many ways it is iconic because of those because of the cinematography, the fixed cameras, the disorienting way the camera is used, the way it pans up and down and cuts to more of a bird's eye shot. Yeah, all the different shots that you get there. Maybe they would make that little segment a cutscene, and then cut back to giving the player control, and they just have this dark hallway right in front of them, shot from behind. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do that. And we get the tablet of the gluttonous pig. Metal tablet with gluttonous pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. I wonder who this symbolizes. The painting at the back of the room here, or the picture, where we see the painting inside the painting. At the bottom right of the picture here, you see the body that is in the room right now. See the figure lying on the table? See that red blotch on the bottom right? Again, just really highlighting the unreality of this whole place that we're in right now. Jumping down these impossible holes. Yeah, I guess we'll see, bad humans. I always get reminded of Walter Sullivan here as well. You know, we know that Walter Sullivan died in prison, stabbing himself with a soup spoon in the neck. Seeing this body here in a prison with a spoon next to him. Doesn't look like a soup spoon, but wonder if it's maybe supposed to be a little allusion to Walter all the same. Especially given that in the context of Silent Hill 2, Walter is, I think anyway, supposed to be a parallel to James. Almost like another version of James, like Joseph in the hospital. I don't think I did, Droops. But if I did miss it, thank you. Love this prison area, the atmosphere. So oppressive. The sounds, the clanking sounds. Especially in some of the halls later. Tablet of the Seductress. Nothing in here? Every time I tune in, you pick that tablet up? What about yesterday? And the day before? And the day before that? That ambience is super curious, like underwater or something. Isn't that supposed to be like another nod to the Little Baroness or something, where it's like a ship, the engine of a ship? No. This atmosphere here, man. This mesh of sound. The lying figures, the bars, the water dripping, the radio. Oh, man. He's dead. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. Black magic from the abyss. Resurrection of the dead. The Chronicle of Agrippa. Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Look at the detail in this cell here. Shit all over the place. All sorts of occult tomes. Cultish symbols drawn all over the walls. On the sacrifice and the art of demon summoning. Tome of the Seer. The feast of the succubi, the fallen angels of mercy and favor. Unbelievably metal. Cradle of Filth song names. Man, there's great visuals here. An absolute mess. Look at the filth. Look at the grime. There are blood-stained clothes here. They're really nailing their whole repulsion attraction theme here. Absolutely filthy, disgusting, but gorgeous at the same time. Ritual. Say it. Say it. Say it. How much ammo do I have? Yeah, so this figure that says ritual, he's invisible. You can shoot him, you can kill him. He makes different sounds to all the other monsters in the game. When you shoot him, he suddenly sounds very human, I think. Much more human than the monsters you kill. Sounds like a man groaning. You can see that you leave bloodstains. He has some kind of invisible model. Now we're in this painter's room. And love all the detail in the environment here. You can see all his paints on the ground. Paintbrushes. Big mesh of paints on the wall here. Woman in flight. Looks like it could be one of the developer's kids' pictures. But I think we got confirmation before that that is not the case. I think this was actually drawn by one of the devs. You know how the church map in Silent Hill 3 was drawn by one of the developer's kids? Burning Man. Here we have an image of the hotel. $436 people at a recital. Did we get any clarification on this? I'm trying to remember. I don't think Ito has spoiled this, has he? But yeah, very strange. You can see some people up on a stage there, looks like. Can we count them? I don't think I ever did stop to count them. The figures at the very bottom are kind of hard to see. Look at the very, very bottom of the picture. It looks like that some of these people at the recital are barely fitting onto the page at the bottom. Might start to get a bit messy counting those guys. Maybe one of these days I'll do a playthrough where I count them. But that won't be today. Monty, hey. Okay. And finally, we get the tablet of the oppressor. Looks like pictures of Jesus on the wall carrying the cross. Another picture of Jesus here. Up on the cross. So again, the 3 tablets I think are supposed to symbolize our 3 main characters, the 3 sinners, James, Eddie, and Angela. We pick up the tablet of the oppressor here in this cell, and now we literally have to force our way out of this cell. When we try and get out, I can't force it open. Yes, you can. Keep trying. Keep trying. Pretty in line with the murder of Mary here as well, this image. You know, it's just thinking of James standing up above the bed while Mary was down below him, smothering her with the pillow. We get the gluttonous pig tablet in the dining room where we meet Eddie. And the seductress, which would have to be Angela. A lot of people, I think, when they see this, they think Maria, you know, she's more in line with the seductress. But when we get to the puzzle area here where we have to use these tablets, we see that the tablets are for the 3 sins, the 3 sinners. I think it makes more sense that it's James, Eddie, and Angela. And while Angela may not have really been a seductress, I think it's how she was... I think it's how she felt about herself and what she was told about herself. Getting back to what we were talking about yesterday with the mother telling her she deserved what happened to her and deserved her abuse. You know, as if she was inviting the abuse from her father. Hey, Nordy. Again, really grim when you start thinking about it, you know? When you start thinking about how Angela feels about herself. You know, because she believes deep down that she deserved her abuse, you know? That she was inviting it, so she probably felt shame over being a seductress. Like, just all of this completely misplaced shame. Okay, let's go back to the big room. Love how random it can be. Sometimes it gets real close. Always loved the way this room is designed. The weird tiles, the walls you get here. Down here too. Look at this. Looks kind of fleshy. Kind of reminds me of the building world in Silent Hill 4. Yeah, I'm wearing good headphones at the moment. It's very effective, even when you've played the game a million times. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. Here we have again the executioners being depicted. Pyramid Head are the real executioners. 3 nooses for 3 sinners. Does it matter what order? I don't think so. You can just... Yeah, it'll automatically put it in the right place for you. I think it always places them like that. With the oppressor, the gluttonous pig, and the seductress. And now, magically, a horseshoe appears. And if there is some meaning behind the horse here, I have no idea. Were horses used as a part of these executions? In reality? Back in the old days? It's not just a background sound here, and even when we're done here, we get a horseshoe item. Metal horseshoe. It was hanging in the door of the square. Maybe Sean, maybe alluding to the criminals being dragged around. Hold on 1 second, guys. One of my absolute favorite bits of filth in this game. Look at this. Beautiful grime here. So here we get a wax doll. Oh wait, no, we got the wax doll in one of the previous cell areas. We get the lighter here, but not on this side. Score chain. Take that. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. One of the best jump scares ever. That. What a sound. Yeah, it's random as well, which makes it better. You could do a playthrough of this game and not trigger that. Sometimes I have to go back to knock on it a couple more times to trigger it. Like people were saying the other day, a big part of what makes it effective as well is that the game doesn't really have scares like that. Kind of typical big aggressive jump scares. Yeah, the complete silence in the bathroom too. Silence in this bathroom too. Hey. Did you miss this? Did you miss the scare because of an ad? There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Oh yeah, I forgot you could see a picture of the little Baroness here. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Wonder what this other incident was. I guess this would be what the memorial is referring to in Rosewater Park. You know, the one that's referencing the 67 that died. Although, no, I think that probably is the Little Baroness. Even if they never recovered any of the bodies, it's still just a tribute to the people who did die there. There's a diary here. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Listen to this guy up on his high horse. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. His pathetic little words. Trying to fumble together sentences to justify his sorry ass. And such trifling dreams they have. He's getting off on this here. Flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. Great final line here. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Pew, how's it going? Hey, we got a hunting rifle. You've been here since the start? Rifle shells, mepaz, hey. So in this room, I think this is where there are some pretty interesting images that you can't see on this wall over here, right? You have some strange masks on the wall here that you can only see with a camera hack. And what's cool about it is that in Bloober's remake, they put those masks in a visible location. They really did their research on the game. Even things that are off screen, they included in the game. Really neat little touch in the remake. But yeah, you can't even see them here. I think it's this room anyway. Remember, I learned about it through Nub Zombie and his incredibly detailed camera hack playthroughs, where he goes over all the environments with a fine-tooth comb, inspecting all of the things that you can barely see. Vorn Doom, I think combat in classic Silent Hill has always been very serviceable at best. Boss fights are usually very sloppy, tanky. Difficulty levels in classic Silent Hill has never been one of their strong points either. They're often, like, the hard modes in these games are usually just tedious. But at least there isn't anything too annoying in this game, combat-wise, for the most part. You know, you take the same approach with pretty much every normal enemy in this game, but they don't frustrate you at the very least. They're very easy to deal with, but... yeah, they're okay. In the I like the Silent Hill 2 remake's combat. It's definitely a bit bloated with the amount of enemies you have to deal with. I think they could have maybe taken a third of the enemies out of the game. I think the lock-on auto-aim that James has can be a bit jank. But overall, I think the combat is good. Especially for a Silent Hill game, which has never really been great in that regard. You know, it was one really cool thing about the monsters in the remake is that they have much more of their own identity when compared to the original game. You know, mannequins do their own thing and behave in their own unique way. I really like the mannequins. You know, the way they creep around the environment and hide and huddle up. Like, I think much more character comes out of the monsters in the remake than the original game. So yeah, I would say I'm pretty positive overall on the combat in the SH2 remake. Even if it can get a bit monotonous and when it can be a bit bloated and it has its issues, but... you know, I think you could make a solid case that for the SH2 remake having the best combat in the series. Not that there's a high bar there, again, though. I wish you had a bit more incentive to run away from enemies while exploring. You know, like if you're taking your time and exploring in the Silent Hill 2 remake, you really kind of feel like you need to kill almost every enemy you come across. I wish you could maybe... I wish there was maybe more of an incentive to run away from enemies. But yeah, overall, I would say I'm pretty positive on the combat in the SH2 remake. It was great that they got Masahiro Ito back on board to redesign the monsters. You know, it was just such a joy being able to see new Masahiro Ito monster designs, even if they were remakes of his older designs. You know, being able to see more of the detail on the models, actually being able to see the baby-like faces on the bubblehead nurses. That cool kind of motion blur that you got on the bubblehead nurses was cool as well. The new lying figure with the like the plasters all over it. Those red lying figures I thought were really cool with all that extra vomit coming out of them. I'm not sure if he ever commented on the meaning behind the red lying figure. I remember I really liked someone's interpretation of it. I can't remember actually now if it was my own interpretation or someone in chat, but that all of that extra tape on the red lying figure was there to like keep all of the filth inside it. You know how it would vomit and explode with all of this gross shit. I thought that was kind of a cool idea where like the tape is trying to keep all of this filth inside it. This kind of patchwork job. I have not played Alan Wake 2, no. Yeah, probably Firelord. But yeah, just in general, you know, it often felt like a bad idea to be turning your back to enemies when you were in an area surrounded by enemies. Often felt like you should just deal with them. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. And one really annoying thing about the combat in the SH2 remake, whenever you had to pick up ammo in a boss fight, having to wait for the animation to happen was annoying. The kind of the ambiguity of not knowing how long this animation was going to take, having to wait for James to pick it up, felt like it would have been better if it was just like an instant pickup, like say in the RE2 remake, where you feel more comfortable running around and quickly picking up items that are in the environment. Could be a bit frustrating, like during the final boss fight or against the Flesh Lips fight. Scuffed in the final boss fight especially. Yeah, it could be frustrating. And even the act of using healing items as well, there was kind of it could be unintuitive, like you're pressing the button, you're not sure if he's gonna heal, or at least I had some trouble with that. Just the delay that you had on some of those actions. Okay, now we create our handle by combining a horseshoe with candle wax. We melt the candle wax and stick the horseshoe inside it. Will you jump in? Of course. Yeah, Scar Alien, I'm not against that in theory. It's still just... It still feels more unintuitive than it should be. Yeah, like, I'm not against the idea of needing to find free time to pick up ammo. Like, and that being a part of the strategy where, oh, hey, when the boss is doing this attack, I have a free moment to pick up ammo. But it was still just cumbersome, right? Because it was like camera contextual as well. You had to be facing the camera at the exact right spot to pick up the item, and then there was like an ambiguity to the delay of James's animation, and you weren't really sure how long you would have to wait to get the item. It still felt like there wasn't enough clarity to that. But yeah, I'm not against that idea in theory. You know, like using Estus in Dark Souls or something. Where it's like a part of the challenge needing to find this time to pick up the item or use the item. I still just thought it felt a bit clunky. It looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. But yeah, it's probably something you can learn to overcome with replays. I'm sure when I go back and revisit the SH2 remake, I'll eventually be able to deal with that bullshit. Did that just move? Or was it only my imagination? The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. You look like you're coping with it okay, James. Pretty horrific here. Gruesome, grotesque. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. My God. In the hole. Oh, I skipped past his next line. He said, I didn't see that. Love this detail of the tracks on the ground. Where you can see the gurneys have been rolled through here. The imprints of the wheels through the blood. This corpse into this hole. Love how it just gets more and more deathly the further down we go. And filthier and filthier. Look at that blood on the wall there. Crusty. That is some crusty looking blood. Looks like thick slabs of blood there on the wall. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? You know, it kind of characterizes James as a corpse here. You know, that's what this hole is for, dumping corpses. We're going to join the corpses here. Really, as if James is a dead man. I guess that's part of what these whole sections hint at. You know, it's just kind of shows James's. It shows that he has nothing to lose. You know, it's a suicide mission. He would literally do anything to find Mary again. It's the only thing he has to live for. Shows the absolute desperation of the character. How far does this thing go? Will you go down? Nothing better to do. Nowhere else to go. Really unique door transition here. You know, usually when you interact with a door like that and it loads, you appear in the next area. Different camera setup. I think it's the only door in the game that's like this here. Because the only thing that's in the next room is a hole. There's nowhere else to stand here. Love the suggestions here of there being a normal room here. Random picture up on the wall. Sink over there on the other side. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Saw a brief glimpse of a lamp up on the ceiling there right at the end too. Kind of reminiscent of what we saw in the room with the horse. These kind of weird looking tiles again. Fleshy looking tiles. Looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. Another unique little touch here. This door sound, kind of unusual. I don't think there's any other door locking sound that's like this in the game. Okay. Ever downward. We're deep, deep down now. Love what they do with the map in this area. Open the map. We seem to have a map. But it's just depicting the room that we're in. Nothing else. So this area is known as the Labyrinth. And the map just seems to manifest as we make our way through it. Kind of like Silent Hill 4, I think some people like to think that James draws the map here for himself. Personally, I think it makes more thematic sense if it's just manifesting out of nothing here. You know, deep, deep, deep down in the abyss of James's mind. I like to imagine that it's just appearing here out of nowhere. Always love just how mundane this area is as well. Just like a random apartment hallway. And we get Pyramid Head's great knife. Massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. Just like the painting with the same caged figures here. The colors here look great. The way the blood looks. The faded blood on the tiles. Really grim looking room here. Oh, there's an empty cage on the bed there as well. You know, I'm not sure if I ever took note of that. Random trolleys and gurneys. And right next to the great knife, we have all these scissors. Or like medical forceps. Which in some ways feels like a hint to the nature of the great knife. The great knife on the table sitting next to these scissors. The great knife itself is supposed to be one half of a scissor blade. And you can even see the hole at the top of it where you would stick the pin through to connect another half to it. What could this be used for? I don't want to even think about it. If they had a bit more time in development, we would have actually seen another half to this great knife. Something that Ito expanded on. Or I think the idea would be, you know, that James gets his own half, and then you would see Pyramid Head with the other half, kind of reinforcing this idea of Pyramid Head being born from James's mind, or being like his shadow self in some way. But yeah, it's supposed to be a scissor blade. Giant scissor blade. Should be down here somewhere as well. Jesus Christ! Yeah, you really blended in with the Mandarin there. Oh boy. Okay, now we're back up where we were. Right, Ice Coolie. Yeah, he can appear down here too. Really feels like you're down in the catacombs here. And we get our cube puzzle. God, they really expanded on the labyrinth in the remake now, just thinking of it. A relatively short area in the original game. It was like a whole ass dungeon in the remake. And you kept coming back to the cube. The cube would reshape the area, and then you'd go and do that little section, come back, keep looping back to the cube. Yeah, so the cube spins this room around. We need to get to the other side. The room is in parallel with the cube. Hey. I appreciated how they tried to expand on the labyrinth. I thought maybe they overdid it a bit, though. I thought maybe it started to feel a little bit too arcadey or something. The little gauntlet with the enemies as well. You know, where you went back into those apartment rooms and you had to deal with these enemy gauntlets. Still pretty cool overall, though, and I really liked the atmosphere of some of those areas in the labyrinth. Some great sound. Some new Yamaoka vibes. Those icy areas were kind of cool as well. I think the area that had Pyramid Head's lair, where we just came from, wasn't that area all kind of cold and icy? Or some of those areas in the labyrinth, I remember having this real blue shade to it. It felt very different. Right, Cabby. Yeah, I just remember it feeling kind of icy to me. I thought I had a kind of cold feel about it.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
I like his voice at the end there, like he's been, he's now under her control. He's been possessed. All right. I'll do my job. I'll be right there. Some of the details in the room here. The chair, which I think is supposed to be the bedside chair, right? From James's house. The chair that he sits by, the bedside chair. The bed being Mary's hospital bed, which we see referenced later in the flashback scene with the doctor talking about Mary's condition. The very surreal scene with the bed just floating in the air. Kind of strange that they didn't include that in the remake as well. It was like the one thing they didn't put in the game. Kind of a key scene in some ways. Right. I'm just going to let you guys sit here and awkwardly look at James and Maria while listening to this sound. Because I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. 1 second here. Let me get cozy. Black Gamer, thank you very much for the 49 months. I'm just seeing that now. Before that, we had Nervoth, Lil Half Dead, D Gamer, Nico with his gifted sub earlier. Cheers, everyone. Let me just catch up with the chat here. You heard a flush? Did I lick my fingers? Jesus. Okay. I think the developers said that this was the first scene that they conceived of when creating the story of the game. Just this, like, this was one of their central ideas, the idea of a woman just changing on a dime like that. For 1 second, she's this character. 1 second, she's this other character. Another character face to face with them, confused about this kind of identity swapping. I think this was one of the core scenes that they built the story around. You would imagine inspired by David Lynch movies. You know, we know that Lost Highway was a huge influence on the game. The story of Lost Highway is very, very similar to the story of Silent Hill 2, if you don't know. It's about a guy who kills his wife and then goes on to live in a kind of delusional fantasy where he believes he's someone else. And in this fantasy, he meets a doppelganger who looks just like his wife. And over the course of the film, the story, he gradually comes out of this delusion where the truth gradually catches up with him. But yeah, here we see Maria come back after she supposedly dies. And now she seems even more unreal. Or here she starts talking as if she is Mary, recalling very, very personal moments between the two of them. And then switching back to her Maria character in an instant. Great work on the CG in that scene. When she switches back to her Maria persona and she has like these dark shadows under her eyes. Where she suddenly starts to look much scarier. Yeah, I really like Lost Highway. It was one of the Lynch films that I didn't really care so much for when I first saw it. I thought it was like lacking a lot of the heart and the humor that you have in a lot of his other films. Lost Highway is just, it's very dark. It's very dark and very cold. Yeah, this cold, dark, psychosexual kind of odyssey. You know, it doesn't really have the emotion or the heart that Mulholland Drive has, where like you really start to feel for the characters, and it has this like tragic ending to it. In Lost Highway, you're just kind of down in the abyss. It still has its funny moments, like you said, the tailgating scene, and it has bits of humor, but you know, it is still, for the most part, I think, a much colder and darker kind of Lynch film. Love this, the wire cutter appearing here randomly. Tool for cutting wires or electric cables. Now, hold on a second here. Hold up. Hold up. I can't get through here because of the wire stretched across the path. Whoa, I feel like that sounded a bit different than it usually sounds. Wasn't that a bit higher pitched than it should be? Oh yeah, I love those scenes in The Return, iced coolie from the final part. Very creepy. Now we have a few of these areas filled in. You get to see the strange layout of this place. That's where, that's Pyramid Head's lair there. The square room in the middle where we get the great knife. Dead end. Just a maze of corridors here. Ooh, I forget this place. Ooh, I don't usually come in here. Nothing. Ooh, I'm all the way back at the beginning. How the fuck did that happen? Oh, I think I know how it happened. Okay. There we go. Progress. I went to see the first 4 episodes of Twin Peaks: The Return in the cinema like a week or so ago. It was great. I might be going to see the whole thing soon. Maybe even a marathon of all 18 episodes in a row. Yeah, apparently there's a new audio mix playing in some of the theater runs at the moment as well. Lynch was originally really dissatisfied with the audio mix that released on TV. The version that I saw in the theater recently, I don't think it had the updated mix, because it was actually something I noticed. When you were listening to it with those big theater speakers, I could kind of feel what he was dissatisfied by. Certain sounds just didn't feel as loud as they should have been in a theater. Or, you know, certain sounds would be a bit too high end and feel a bit tinny. And you kind of felt like you should have been surrounded by it when you weren't. Hopefully I can get to see a version in theaters with the new sound mix. Yeah, there were some articles written about it as well recently. If you Google Twin Peaks The Return theater sound mix, you should find recent articles with Lynch's sound guy, Dean Hurley, being interviewed about it. And he spoke about Lynch creating this mix knowing that it would be released in theaters at some point. Hey there, Victorial. Pyramid Head should be here, right? Isn't this the area that he appears in? Maybe there's another room just like this coming up. Whoop. Here he is. I like how he seems to walk more slowly here. Yeah, it's a shame we never got to see Unrecorded Night, or whatever that was going to be. But I think it's okay at the same time. Whatever the continuation of Twin Peaks was going to be, I feel like The Return ended it really well. The ambiguities of that ending was a good way to leave it. And I think no matter what, Lynch was always going to leave it ending open like that with more questions than answers, even if we did get another season or some follow-up. But yeah, it would have been crazy to see a follow-up after the way that ended. We're here. There's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco Lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the something room, lying face down, face up. Face down or face up, I can't remember. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but a crime of passion is what they're saying here, that it was not robbery, but a crime of passion. So here we have an article detailing what happened to Angela's father. Angela's surname is Angela Orozco. Angela stabbing her father to death due to signs of struggle in the room and a lack of a murder weapon. Suggesting that the knife is the murder weapon, the knife that we are carrying at the moment. But the knife that originally belonged to Angela, the blood-stained knife. The game doesn't state anything about the fate of Angela's brother. It heavily suggests that the brother is dead. And that Angela killed the brother. At the start of the game, when you meet her in the graveyard, she says, "I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either." And while she says it, she's caressing the gravestone next to her. And during the burning staircase scene, when she believes that James is her mother, she says, Mama, I've been looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. The only one left, as in, I've gotten rid of the father, the brother. Now if I kill you, I can finally kill myself and be free of this. Fun stuff. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. And as we approach the room here, we see more and more newspapers. Until it looks like they're just covering the entire area here and the door. That weird looking mouth. This Francis Bacon monstrosity. Alright, where's my shotgun? Get off me. You can't interact with Angela here.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
All right. So here we are in Angela's lovely bedroom here. So grim here. The sound alone, the sludgy, fleshy sound for the floor here. Oh my god. The way these fleshy walls look. Almost look like warts or boils on the skin here. Some of it looks kind of torn. What is all this orange stuff? What is this orange goop? The bedroom in the corner of the room. Or rather, the TV in the corner of the bedroom. Yeah, it's stuff like the TV that really makes it seem like you're in some manifestation of her bedroom in the corner here. Abstract Daddy, the name of this monstrosity. There you see the monster is composed of two figures, one larger figure on top of a smaller figure with the two mouths connected together almost, one mouth above the lower mouth. But I think what Angela sees might be different to what we see, as often appears to be the case in this game. Angela has her own monsters, we have our own monsters. But here we kind of cross over into her world. But James might be seeing the monster a bit differently. I like to imagine that Angela sees something that's more akin to her father. You know, maybe something like Maria how Maria looks rather normal for us. Maybe if another character saw Maria, they'd see something that looks much more monstrous. You know, it's interesting that we never see Maria with any other of the characters. She doesn't come into the bowling alley with us. We never see her around Angela or Eddie or Laura. Well, we know that Laura doesn't even see the manifestations. She doesn't even see the monsters. But yeah, it's interesting. And now the abstract daddy, it kind of becomes a shared monster. We see it later in the hotel and it becomes one of James's monsters. I reckon what he sees here is a little bit different, and it maybe ties into James's own psychology. It's kind of similar to some of James's other monsters, you know, monsters stuck in bed frames. Like the flesh lips, the Mary design at the end of the game, Maria design. One larger figure on top of another figure, kind of smothering them. The male oppressor on top of the woman. Kind of works for James and Mary as well. If you look at it in a different way, whether that's the intention or not, I don't know. I kind of like to think about it in that way. And Angela sees James as being potentially another version of her father. You know, she fears James as being maybe another threat similar to her father. I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing. Okay, will we leave this horrible room? Let's leave this horrible room. Based off comments that the developers have said, I don't think it is just time constraints. You know, they didn't have to reuse Abstract Daddy in the hotel. You know, it's not like they really needed those couple of Abstract Daddies for those hallways. For the most part, you're still fighting lying figures and mannequins and what have you. Just in a couple of hallways, they have the Abstract Daddy appear again. But yeah, I think it makes this monster more interesting when you start thinking of it as like a shared monster, you know, that's being perceived differently by who's looking at it. That we enter Angela's world and now James. Now they kind of have this shared creature where when you start thinking about how it applies to Angela, it's symbolic of her abuse, her father's abuse. But then you could also relate to James and Mary. James as this possible surrogate for Angela's father. Okay, here we go. Love the way this puzzle is presented. So cool. The two rooms in parallel. The figures just floating here. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of arson. Justice and revenge have been served. Kidnapping. Bodily injury. Murder. Thievery. Now, when we go into the opposite room, we have 6 nooses here hanging. Really cool. In parallel to the other room, they're just floating there as if they're being hung by the nooses in this room. Each noose corresponds with a body in the previous room. Let me just take a look. Let me just take a look at the chat again here. Yeah, Core, I think they did a good job with the Angela section in the remake. Pretty terrifying. The you know, being in Angela's house. It wasn't just a bedroom. You were going through her whole house. Some of the visuals, the machinery, the sounds of the machinery. Those sounds that sounded like springs on a mattress going up and down. It was like, Jesus, it was kind of... It was tough going through that sequence. And then Abstract Daddy tearing through the fucking walls and stuff. Just the... Yeah, the power of it. Really felt like Angela's house was this inescapable place. We may visit death upon the head of the sinner, but to what avail? In the name of retribution, we took part in a bitter comedy this day. You, hanging as you do, by your neck, unforgiven and cursed by all. 5 of them committed crimes. 6 went out for a drink and were captured there. Only 1 of them was innocent, but they knew not that. The bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt. Trodden upon, and thus created, they are the paths to hell or the void. The white bandages stained with crimson, the remains upon the scorched black earth, the whispered cries of the maiden, they are but a meaningless contract. They are also signs of guilt. But one of them was done without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. Spinning alone at the end of a rope, it is nothing less than a disgrace to us all. Notice, only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. It is a place both wonderful and strange. The punishment really isn't anything too bad at all for fucking this up. They make it sound like a big deal, but really you just have to deal with a few lying figures out in the corridor if you pull on the wrong rope. It's a little bit of a anticlimax. It just makes it a little bit more of a pain when you have to travel back and forth between the rooms. So, yeah, we need to figure out who the innocent person is here. We have a swindler. We have an arsonist. We have a kidnapper. We have a bodily injurer. We have a murderer. And we have a thief. We didn't take a look out here. I can't turn the handle unless I remove the handcuffs. Oh, we need a key for these cuffs. Let me take a look at the let me take a look at this again. We're on extra riddle difficulty, so I'm not really sure what the solution is here. I've only played extra riddle a few times before, so yeah, I actually forget how this works. Let's see here. 5 of them committed crimes. 6 went out for a drink and were captured there. There's 6 bodies in total. Yeah, we know that one of them is innocent. But they all went out for a drink together. Only one of them was innocent. But they knew not that. They didn't know they were innocent. The bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt. Trodden upon and thus created. They are the paths to hell or the void. The white bandages stained with crimson. Remains upon the scorched black earth. The whispered cries of the maiden. They are but a meaningless contract. The white bandages stained with crimson could be bodily injury. The remains upon the scorched black earth. The arsonist. The whispered cries of the maiden. I think that might be alluding to murder. The murder of a woman. Or maybe the kidnapper. If the maiden is still alive. They are but a meaningless contract. They are also signs of guilt. But one of them was done without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. Spinning alone at the end of a rope, it is nothing less than a disgrace to us all. So this guy is, according to whoever wrote this guy is innocent because he did it out of fear for no particular reason. There was no ill intent. So it's going to be one of these guys. Fuck, I don't know how you're supposed to figure it out. The bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt. You might not have too many bloodstains remaining after the scorched black earth. I'm going to go with bodily injury, because that refers to bandages stained with crimson. Let's go with bodily injury. If I'm thinking about this in the right way. There's blood remaining. The guy was guilty, but kind of not guilty, according to whoever wrote this. Let's go for this rope here. Fuck. Let's go with the murderer. Then I'll go with the arsonist. We can trial and error this pretty easily. Fuck. Right, maybe it is the arsonist. Or maybe it's none of these guys. Skip the scene. Okay. Well, Jesus. I don't recall any reference. Let's try the kidnapper. Although I can't imagine it's the kidnapper. How is that last section going to make sense? The kidnapper didn't know they were innocent. Bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt. I bet it's going to be the last one that we check. Fuck's sake. Right, we haven't tried thievery. I did try arson, didn't I? Hey, okay, it was the thief. Key of the persecuted. Yeah, we come back, the body is gone. All that's left is the mask. Key left by prisoner who was wrongly executed. Let's go back to the riddle. We may visit death upon the head of the sinner, but to what avail? In the name of retribution, we took part in a bitter comedy this day. You, hanging as you do by your neck, unforgiven and cursed by all. 5 of them committed crimes, 6 went out for a drink and were captured there. Is the idea that he stole a drink by mistake? Or something like that? Picked up a drink thinking it was his when it wasn't his or something? And only one of them was innocent, but they knew not that. The bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt, trodden upon and thus created. They are the paths to hell or the void. Right, and I guess the purpose of this is to say, you know, it's not any of these. These ones are meaningless contracts, so it's It's not going to be the arsonist. It's not going to be the bodily injury. It's not going to be the murder, which is probably the whispered cries. They are also signs of guilt. Yeah. I just wasn't thinking about that correctly. But one of them was done without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. Spinning alone at the end of a rope is nothing less than a disgrace to us all. My guess was thievery too. Bloodstains are proof of guilt. Was the only one without physical harm. Well, there was there was also a swindler and a counterfeiter. And I don't think there were any references to those. Swindling. Kidnapping. Right, yeah, so I guess it was just the swindler and the thief. Okay, anyway, we did it. Oh, the meaningless contract was referring to the swindler. Or maybe there was a double meaning behind that line. Right, because it's like, because they are but a meaningless contract feels like it's also talking about the previous lines here. The white bandages stained with crimson. That is a meaningless contract. That's how it feels like to me. It feels like it's supposed to be referring to these previous lines as a meaningless contract. The remains upon the scorched earth, the whispers of the whispered cries of the maiden, they are but a meaningless contract. So maybe it's trying to tell you that it's not any of these guys, while also referencing the swindler at the same time. And then you're just left with the thief and... Yeah, then I guess you are just left with the thief. Something like that, maybe. Hey, Robin. I'm coming, Maria.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
best tracks in the game. One of my favorite pieces by Yamaoka. Incredible theme. So haunting, ghostly. Yeah, this sequence as a whole has always been one of my absolute favorite parts of this game. Just a really sort of classical horror moment here as well, with the graves. The strangeness of this indoor graveyard here. Looks like the rest of the labyrinth, kind of, with the walls, the lights. The grassy floor here. An epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. The name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read. Miriam K. Traitor. We still have no idea what that means. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Walter Sullivan. Game is kind of pushing for water ending with all this prison stuff. I don't really feel that way. I think you could also look at it differently, as if James's whole trial here is his prison. And then in the Leave ending, he gets his redemption. He overcomes his punishment and leaves the prison. Instead of going to prison for his crimes against Mary, he goes to Silent Hill. I see his whole journey as being like an alternative to prison. James, he doesn't get away with murder. He suffers tremendously for what he's done. He atones. He goes through this absolute hell. And he's forgiven. Hold on. Okay, there's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Walter Sullivan. Hello again, Walter. He pops up here too. There's a deep hole here, but there's nothing inside. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie Dombrowski. Angela Orozco. You sure you want to read the next one, James? You seeing the pattern here? Who's number 3 gonna be? So good. Oh, I've never felt that way, Melodeath. I'm not expecting a reaction at all when I read stuff like this. This is like... To me, it feels very clear that this is just here for the player to react to. And, you know, you can just imagine James looking at this as well. I don't know. I never felt like we need some... I feel like it would be weird if he reacted here. Just because it's not really what happens with environmental interactions, you know? I don't know. With these sorts of environmental interactions. Yeah, I don't feel that way. What kind of reaction would you get? Like dialogue? Scared animation? What would he say? I really don't think it would be suitable for James to be like Heather in this game, you know, where he's like casually commenting on every last thing. I feel like James needs to be a much more subdued and internal character. I kind of like that. You know, the environmental interactions are kind of few and far between with James. Needs a bit of Murphy. Oh shit! It's my grave! Oh, there's no way I'm jumping down there. Oh boy. Whoa, this is crazy. What the fuck? It's my grave. This shouldn't be here. This doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to think of how I want to put this into words. You know, in Silent Hill 2, it's like what we see in the environment. The images and the symbolism and everything that we see, that is what we get instead of... Like, that is the explanation. That is the reaction from James. It's like we're seeing his mind reflected back at us. When we're playing through this game, it's like we are in James's head. You know, we don't really need his comment. We don't really need his commentary. We're seeing his commentary projected out into the world half the time we're playing it. Even with the sound, you kind of feel like you're in... that the sound is inside James's head as well. When you're hearing all these like swirling, droning sounds in the game. You know, his commentary isn't really needed on a lot of this stuff. The game is showing us what we need to know about James and what he's thinking about all this. The game is his mind. Will you go down? I was really glad in the Silent Hill 2 remake that we actually got to watch James jump down into the grave. It was always my one complaint. You've heard me talk about it every time I play the game. Every time I always bring this up. You know, with all the other holes, you get to see him jump down. But you don't actually get to see him jump down into the grave, like with the other holes. That is a dark looking hall. That is a scary looking hall. Okay, we get the pipe ready.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it.
You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
I didn't mean anything. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, I got him. I got him. Oh, the recoil on that last one. So yeah, that's one of the best strats for Eddie Part 1. Just be ready with the pipe. And the timing works out that he'll just keep running into it. Part of me has always felt that this would have been better if James just killed Eddie in a cutscene. There's something kind of silly about gamifying this whole thing. You know, suddenly Eddie's able to take 50 shots from a hunting rifle. You know, there's just something about the story of Silent Hill 2. Even though there's monsters and everything, the main characters still feel very, very human. So when Eddie is suddenly a video game boss who's able to tank a load of hits, there's a kind of silliness to it, I feel, that feels maybe a little bit of out of character, which maybe feels a bit out of character for the game. You know, where I feel like in so many ways the characters feel very, very real in this, very grounded. You know, I think it might have been more impactful if you just saw James shoot him once in a cutscene. That might have had a greater impact story-wise, where the player got to watch James more objectively in a moment instead of controlling him, like if you saw him kill someone else. Where James just shoots him and then he's like, oh my god, I killed a human being. Like he says in the cutscene after you kill him. Eddie is your favorite boss in the remake and the OG. It's a better fight mechanically in the remake. There's more to it. It can be very clunky and clumsy in the original, like most of the boss fights. There is one cool detail, though. I like how he hides behind the meat slabs, which we'll see here. Hey, Steve-O. It is kind of funny how you can dodge his bullets in the remake, yeah.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Let's do it. Oh. Wait, did that not damage me? That hit me, right? My health is perfect. Go on, try and catch me, fatty. What's the matter? Too many burgers? Maybe you should have thought about this before you started a fight with good old James. Oh! Ooh, almost. His AI can be really jank. What the fuck are you doing, Eddie? Oh, I didn't have time to hide. Oh, I killed him too soon.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
No. No, she didn't. Yeah, in the second half of that fight, Eddie will hide behind these slabs of meat. And he'll run from place to place. And if you look at him, you know, you see his legs sticking out from underneath it. And you can see that these slabs of meat, they're all wearing this kind of green fabric at the bottom, which is supposed to look like his shorts. So when you see him running from slab to slab, it really looks like he is the slab of meat. You see his little legs sticking out from underneath. Like he gives the slabs of meat some legs. But yeah, I killed him too soon to show it. Now, after we've killed Eddie, and we examine the letter, there's nothing written on the stationery. And later on, the whole letter will be gone. When we get to the very end of the game, we won't even see the envelope. Oh, yeah. And now, when we come out the other side, look where we are. After that deep journey into the abyss, we are now suddenly back outside the Historical Society at the boat launch. Always love this little moment here. Oh yeah, is this where we use the stone? That's a funny way to segue to the boat sequence. Well, anyway. Moving on. I'm looking forward to seeing the UFO ending in this again. It's been a while since I've seen it, I think. Hold on. Back this way just a little bit. There we go. Follow the light. No. Yeah, the one in the remake was good. There are still a couple of endings I need to see in the remake. I haven't seen the Maria ending yet. And I think it's the stillness ending that I still need to get. Also, don't spoil how you trigger the stillness ending, because I don't know. That's something that we'll have to do next time I play the remake. I haven't seen the dog ending either. Yeah, I still need to see the dog ending. Don't say anything. It's really cool how for this boat sequence, if you're playing the game on hard mode, they actually change the controls. Where on hard, it more accurately, the controls more accurately try to simulate how you would row a boat. On normal mode, you just have to press up on the left analog stick and James will move up. But on hard mode, they incorporate both the left and right analog sticks for the left oar and the right oar. And you have to spin the left analog stick counterclockwise while spinning the right analog stick clockwise. And you have to do it together in perfect motion, where they're both circling at the same time. It's a really cool little detail. You get these completely different controls for rowing the boat on hard mode. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Such a cool little scene. This introduction to the hotel. Just classic horror stuff right here. Intense fog. Yeah, for the most part, Silent Hill 2 is pretty generic when it comes to its higher difficulty. Where enemies just become spongier and it's not particularly well balanced on top of that. But it is pretty cool what they do with the boat sequence. That is one cool thing about the game on hard. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. And a Little Mermaid music box. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird, yeah. I think we have another fountain over here. Yeah, it's notorious for the 10-star run if you're doing a 10-star challenge run. You really need to learn how to use those controls effectively. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. Another one of my favorite moments here, just the mood when we first enter the hotel here. Man. What a cool moment here. The writing on the hotel room. Mary's handwriting. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe. Just like the end of her letter. This must be the special place. I'll be there in our special place, waiting for you. Just so isolating, it feels like. Rowing the boat all the way over here. You get the sense that there isn't another soul over here on this portion of land in this hotel. Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. And we get the key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. was lying behind the counter of the lobby reception desk. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. Was shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be. Referencing Little Mermaid, Cinderella, and Snow White. We need to find 3 music boxes to correspond with the text here. I'm glad you're enjoying the playthrough, Iska. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Really like what they did with the hotel in the remake as well. Totally different vibe when you arrive at the hotel in the remake, but it also works really well. The flowers outside, the music coming from the music room that you hear. They did an incredible job visually. The main hall in the remake with that pale light coming in through the window. Very, very different, but also very in line with how the hotel feels at the same time. Really had that isolated, cold, wintry day kind of feel to it. I can't even remember if we got this ambience in the remake. Did this big crash, this echoing crash background ambience ever come into the remake? I can't remember. It probably did because most areas included the original sound. So oftentimes you would have to build up to that moment where they would play the original sound. They did that quite a lot, which I thought worked pretty well. You know, you might be expecting to hear the old sounds when you enter an area, but they would hold off on it, and then when you were like halfway through the level, they would start introducing more of the classic sound effects. I thought that had a really cool effect in the remake, but yeah, I can't remember if they did use this one. We get a can of thinner. Small can filled with thinner. It was lying inside the elevator. I love how many of the areas are empty at first in the hotel. Has a great effect. So isolating. We go and check the room. So see if we can go up to room 312. We have the key. to the next floor. But of course, it's not going to be that easy.
James!
Yeah, it really felt like in the remake they used rooms like this as a real point of reference. You know, when you think of the main hall in the remake, they capture a similar quality to this area. Just the windows, the way this feels here. I got the fish key. An empty plate, a knife, and a fork. That's all. Nothing much of interest. Yeah, Veldux, yeah, it can... That can be a creepy moment on a first playthrough, especially when you're not expecting it.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true, he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill, She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Look at her little cat. A drawing done by Laura. A cat? Another good scene there. More details confusing James's timeline of events. When he hears this, it might reinforce the idea that she could still be alive. Even though it's conflicting with his timeline, you know, if she wrote this last week, maybe she is alive. Got a really nice note over here. We inspect the piano. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still love to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? There are quite a few little moments in the hotel that show how much James really cared. That show the love that they had for each other. This little moment with the piano is really nice. Nice tender little moment. Later on we'll get some notes about the medical books. You know, where we find out that James is reading all these medical books trying to understand the illness. Ugh, nasty. The way they deflate. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Oh, there it is. This is where we get the flashback later as well with the doctor. James pleading with the doctor to do something. Is this the remake? No, no, no. This is the original Silent Hill 2. Looks like a remake. It might look like a remaster, but these are all the original game's assets, character models, lighting, everything. This is the original game. It's a gorgeous looking game though, yes. Silent Hill 2, the original game still looks beautiful. The suitcase is locked. I think this is where we use the fish key. And we get another key. Key to hotel room 204. Yeah, I'm playing the enhanced PC version. This is kind of like the real remaster of the game to make up for the botched HD collection. Yeah, where the game is running at a higher resolution. But in some ways, I think certain elements still look better on the original versions of the game. I think I'm actually going to move back and play the PS2 version again after this playthrough. Next time we run through the game. There are certain things that I don't think you're meant to be seeing at such a high resolution. Like the CG scenes, they look a bit too crystal clear in this version. Although Nico was saying there are options to turn down the resolution of those CG scenes, so I'll probably tinker with that as well. I should probably save those rounds. Okay, everyone, be quiet. I think the last few times I've played this, I've struggled to get the whisper sound in this hallway. Just want to see if I can get it here. Shh, shh. Nobody say anything. I think maybe sometimes I miss it due to the sounds of the abstract daddies. I remember before I used to trigger it after coming out of the next room. So we'll try it again when I come out of this room, but last few times I don't think it's triggered for me. Okay, you don't need to hold your breath anymore. There's nothing interesting written in the memo book. We get the employee elevator key. The detail on this curtain here. Looks like it was burned. Burn marks. The tears here. A kek. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. You pay attention here, you might notice that the pictures on the bed are all characters from the game. You can see Angela there in one picture, Eddie, Laura. Oh, are there monsters on some of them as well? Looks like there's a bubblehead nurse on one there. Okay, so we use our paint thinner here. Down. I think there's like 10 possible words that this can be. Sometimes it can be Mary. We got the Cinderella music box. Now we just need one more. Shh, shh. Yeah, no cry. Yeah, man, I don't know. I feel like I've never heard it playing this version of the game. I'm not sure if it is. Is that also another one of the random sounds? I don't even know. It's been so long since I've heard it. I don't even know what the deal is with that sound anymore. I feel like I never hear it play in this version. Maybe it is RNG as well, and I've just been getting really bad luck. Tied to the playthrough? Like regarding the ending? I haven't heard anything like that. I don't think any of the sounds change depending on the ending path that you're on. That sounds like a cool concept, though. I like the idea. If you're on the leave path, you start hearing certain sounds. You're on the in water path, you start hearing different sounds. That's a cool idea. Sounds like something that Shattered Memories might do. Maybe there's stuff like that in Shattered Memories. Okay, we have the employee elevator key. Yeah, I think it might be like the whisper in the apartments, but even still, I feel like I've done too many playthroughs where I haven't heard it. I didn't think it was that rare. Nice. What's this? There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance, 1 person. Here we get a random fat joke. No, here. This is where the game accounts for all of this shit that we're carrying around with us somewhere. The shelf is empty. It looks like I could store my stuff here. Put an item on the shelf. So now we need to take all this stuff out of our ass. The great knife, the chainsaw, wooden plank, steel pipe. I think the only thing we can carry on without it affecting our weight is the photo. Maybe we can take the letter as well. I always forget. Put the knife back. All these keys. All these ritual items. James, you fucking lunatic. Walking around with this Lost Memories book and the goblet and the white chrism. Let's try going in with just the basics. The flashlight, the radio, the few letters that we have. Let's put Laura's letter on the shelf. Too much. Okay, put the radio on, the flashlight on. What about now? Ooh, nice. This is another cool detail here. If you take this stuff with you, there'll be a higher chance that you get the leave ending. If you keep the photograph and the letter here, the game will add points to the leave ending. You're sure showing your loyalty to Mary. Isn't it only if you look at the photo twice? Looking at the photo also counts. But taking the photo with you here also adds points. Unless I've been misled for all these years, but I don't think so. It's like that in the remake as well. Now I'm going to have to Google this again. You are definitely wrong to assume that, Calamiro. Yeah, in the remake, the photo adds to the leave ending as well. It's kind of cool in the remake. They have like all these different sections on the shelf for your items. You know, they've one section for your guns, another one for your more normal items, puzzle items. Leave ending. Oh yeah, going east. After meeting Maria in Rosewater Park. Forgot about that little detail. Recover your health as soon as it drops. Listen to the entire sick bed conversation of Mary and James in the hallway. Avoid the Maria ending. This site I'm looking at, I don't think has all of the stuff in it. I don't think maybe the letter doesn't matter, because yeah, at this point, the letter isn't even really there. Okay, well, what I'm looking at here does not mention the photo. Does not mention taking the photo with you here. So maybe I've just been misled all these years about taking the photo with you here. But this is just one site I'm looking at. Yeah, for the leave ending, all it says here is you only have, it just says recover your health as soon as it drops and in excess of 200% HP in total, and listen to the entire sickbed conversation of Mary and James in the hallway before the final boss. Those are the two things that they tell you to do. And then there's a load of do nots to avoid adding points to all of the other endings. But those are the only do's on this list. So maybe I've been misled all these years. That's what I'm looking at, Snake. I'm looking at Silent Hill Memories. And then to avoid the Maria ending, examine Mary's photo and or at least twice. Wait a second. So for the do's, they don't even tell you to look at the photograph? Wait a second. Let me read all of the avoids. Kind of weird that they don't tell you to do that, right? Because I think that adds points. Examine, to avoid the Maria ending, examine Mary's photo and or at least twice. And or letter at least twice. Do not spend too much time with Maria. Bump into Maria as often as you can. That's funny. Treat Maria like shit. Bump into her as much as possible. Allow Maria to take damage both from monsters and James. Go on Nathan Avenue instead of chasing Laura, and have Maria remind you. I didn't know this was a thing. If you go all of the way up Nathan Avenue during that section where you're supposed to be chasing Laura, Maria will remind you. I did not know that was a thing. That is kind of funny. Yeah, like for that section, I always just go down and do what I'm supposed to do there. Follow Laura down the path. Because it almost feels like you should be railroaded by the game there. But it is still possible to just go off on your own. Right, I'm going to have to do that next time we play. Because I don't think I've ever gotten that interaction. Do not check back on Maria in the hospital room. Do not re-enter the cell with dead Maria in the labyrinth. Yeah, I think most people know about this. To avoid the in water ending. Do not keep your stamina in the red zone for too long. Do not examine Angela's knife. Do not read the suicidal diary on the rooftop. Do not read the new message to James on the wall of Neely's bar. Yeah. And then they tell you about the Maria ending, what to do, what not to do. I'm trying to see if any of these comment on the photograph and taking the photograph with you here. I'm not going to read all of this. Just going to scan through it. Yeah, I don't think there is any reference. Well, apologies for spreading misinformation in every one of my playthroughs up until now about this photograph. I mean, maybe I could still be right. I have a feeling I'm wrong, though. Someone else Google it. Try and find another website that confirms my theory. Maybe I still have a chance of being correct here. I swear I heard it counts too. Well, that's the thing. This whole system is so ambiguous. There's so much misinformation has spread about it. You know, because it's calculating all of these tiny interactions that you're doing in the game. You know, it's giving you your ending based off all of these little things that you're, you know, not even aware of. So yeah, you know, you'll find lots of websites telling you to do things that don't affect the ending at all. You know, because this could, you know, it seems like something that could affect the ending. Taking the photograph with you. You know, it would make sense. It would be in line with leave ending requirements. Here we get a hotel map for employees. Why do I like the leave ending so much? I don't think this psychopath kidnapping little girl and driving around with Mary's dead body makes sense. I agree. In a way. When you start thinking logically about what would happen after the game ends, the leave ending can kind of fall apart there. But for me, that doesn't exist. The story ends where it ends. I'm not thinking about all of this realism and, you know, what is going to happen when James goes to live his life now. You know, it's, to me, I'm thinking about the ending more in a symbolic sense. I'm not thinking about all of this realism. James atones for his sins. He's forgiven. He has his redemption. I got a Snow White music box. We get our final music box. There are apples and pumpkins here. But yeah, I sympathize with James. I think when you get that leave ending and you show your devotion to Mary and you see how much it's hurt James, what it's cost him, I think I like to see him get his moment of redemption at the end. I like to see him be forgiven by Mary. He did a terrible thing and he paid the price. Yeah, I'm aware of all that, Tank. Yeah, I'm aware you have to that adding that reading the that looking at the photograph makes a difference. I'm aware of all that. Yeah, checking the photo and the letter. I'm aware of that. That wasn't the point of contention here. What I was wondering about was if taking the photograph with you here on the elevator adds points to the leave ending, where you have to let go of all of your belongings, or 90% of your belongings. I was of the opinion that taking the photograph with you here adds extra points to the leave ending, but I don't think that's the case. In the remake, taking the photograph does give you points for leave. Really, Scaralien, you're right. They kind of put more of a focus on that system as well in the remake, so that makes sense. Here we get the videotape. That's okay, Hank. There's a can opener beneath the videotape. I was deliberately trying to get the leave ending on my first SH2 remake playthrough. I'm glad I got it. That was one of the things that I did as well in that playthrough. I remember to take the photo with me. I'm glad it did make a difference in that playthrough. I think I probably needed stuff like that as well. I reckon it was very close between in water and leave. There's a schedule book here. The date is from 1 year ago. The old-timey TV there. Now that's kind of unique, isn't it? I don't think we see that anywhere else. Or is that even a TV? I think it is. Is it a microwave? Oh, yeah, it's probably a microwave. Maybe? Yeah, this is an employee lounge. I guess they could have a TV in the employee lounge. Probably a microwave, though. Little snacking area here with the fridge. The pot. Although, yeah, I mean, the way the couches are lined up, right? It's a TV. You would think. Yeah, having the microwave set up in front of the couch like this. Everyone's sitting around looking at the microwave. I mean, maybe. It's probably a TV. I think it's a TV. I don't think we see that model anywhere else in the game. These mannequins can give you a fright here without your radio. So there, we picked up a bar key. Key to door which goes from hotel's underground bar to the hallway. Found it in the boiler room. There's a can with no label on it. Well, we have a can opener. Hey! There's light bulbs in the can. And we get our classic tinned light bulbs. The refrigerator door seems broken. I can't get it open. I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. Well, it just so happens that there is a light facing in the direction of the keyhole here. And it also just so happens that we have a light bulb to slot in. There we go. It's magic. There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. Love the visuals in here, all the unique signs and posters. The fishing references. Brown trout. Fishing rods at the back here. Yeah, I think if you were playing this on PS2, on an OG CRT, this might look a little bit darker. So it might make a bit more sense here. James not being able to see the door. Yeah, it's often like that with a lot of old games. Around the CRTs, they would be generally a bit darker. Okay, so now that we're back up, we can go and grab all of our stuff. Hey. And now when we come back, the mannequins are gone. They know. They know they're no match now that I have my stuff. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. Little Mermaid. 'Twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. Cinderella. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse, thou be. Snow White. It's time. Remind me. Remind me not to overwrite that save when I get to the next save. I always do it by mistake. Just so we can go back and get the UFO ending and the dog ending and maybe the rebirth ending. Although, maybe we'll do... No, we won't do the UFO ending yet. But yeah, make sure I don't overwrite that save. The contrast here. Really striking. No other room in the game looks anything like this. But also kind of hard to put your finger on what really makes this so unique. You kind of see colors and stuff like this throughout the game. I guess it's the windows are a big part of it. This bright white light covering so much of the screen here. Much brighter than the other areas in the game. Very well kept as well. Yeah, like everything, all the other areas are so dark. All the decay, the grime. So the hotel is still pretty clean overall. In general. Good time to talk about how this is the hotel otherworld and not the other way around. Yeah, it's one of the cool, very cool things about this sequence. The first version of the hotel is the illusory world, and the second version is the reality. It's like a twist on the otherworld concept. And I guess you could say this ties into that as well. You know, it's James's idealized memory of this room and what it looked like when he was here with Mary on their vacation. It's his memory of the place. Speaking of, we go back and look at Johnny before we do this. We forgot to go back to Johnny. Hold on, Mary. Hold on, Mary. I'll be right back. First, Johnny needs me. Jesus. Hold on a second here. So does James enter the other world after fighting Flesh Lips and doesn't leave it until this moment? I never really thought about that. Like for how long he's been in the other world for. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, I guess that would make sense, right? When he leaves Brookhaven, he's in the other world town. Then it's the whole abyss of his mind inside the Historical Society. And then he comes out the other side and you feel like you're in normality again, but no, it's not really. Because it's like a twist and the hotel is an illusion. Yeah, so yeah, I guess you're right there, yeah. I think. Sounds about right. Oh! Wow. It plays here too. I've never come here after playing the music box. Oh, that's weird. So here, if we come back after getting our light back, we can interact with the heater. Before it was too dark to get the interaction. But now if we come back, on the back, in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." And they even give this text, they even color the text. Like we get in some of the memos. I used to wonder if this was supposed to be hinting at how the hotel burned down. You know, this is the idealized version of the hotel. In reality, the hotel burned down. And maybe this is what caused the hotel to burn down. Maybe it was Johnny here. Heater right underneath a curtain here. Fire hazard here. Yeah, it's very easy to miss because you have no reason to go back there after getting your stuff back. That's the only reason you have. So you can inspect things more closely now that you have your light. Pretty cool, though, that they thought of something like that. I wonder if there's anything else back there that you can look at now that you have your light that you couldn't interact with before. Don't think there is. This place is also the most damaged in the real one. I don't know. Some of the other rooms are pretty messed up, like the room with all the photographs. That room even has a curtain that looks kind of burned. Big hole in the wall that you have to pass through. There's some serious damage in that one room. Yeah, the Johnny text is probably the brand slogan, you would think. Okay. There's a television here. Even when it's plugged in, all I get is snow. There's a VCR here. It looks like I'll be able to use it. Can't interact with anything else. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. Here we go.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
There's the pose.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James,
That voice!
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm here. I'm
I won't overwrite. Yeah, no, another perfect track. Just fits the story perfectly here. Absolute oblivion. Swirling around in James's head here.
Mary's going to die? You must be
You must
joking.
be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
And then it turned out that she did survive for 3 years. But for James, that turned into more of a curse than a blessing. She was sick for 3 long years. And then as a part of his delusion, he changes the facts. Invents this scenario that she died 3 years ago. Not that she got sick 3 years ago. And maybe part of the idea is that the Mary he knew died 3 years ago. Once the sickness started, she became something else. This monster to be feared, that he grew to hate. Yeah, it's another thing that just adds such a sting to the story. James only had to wait a little bit longer and she would have passed away naturally. That was her last visit home before she was about to die. And that's when James snapped, after he had been through the worst of it. Although it was probably getting worse and worse and worse. As she was getting closer to her death, it probably got harder and harder and harder. But yeah, you know, he made it through the 3 years. pleading with the doctor. How long does she have? In that moment, praying that, you know, she'll have as much time as possible. But then that, he kind of gets what he wishes for in a way, but it becomes a curse rather than a blessing. Love this little sequence here. Look at the mold in this hallway. Whatever these marks are, burn marks, mold, shit on the wall. .202 takes you from the west wing to the east wing. Now we're back on the west wing. Yeah, like we were talking about yesterday, the themes of this game, the story of the game, it's something a lot of people can relate to. Stuff that many of us are gonna go through in our lives, taking care of sick family members, being struck with this kind of horror. The way the game deals with ideas of love and commitment, betrayal, the strain that an illness can have on a relationship, how people can grow to have a love-hate relationship with someone that they're supposed to love. The feelings of guilt and shame that can come with those feelings when you start to have hateful feelings towards someone you're supposed to love. It's kind of a taboo thing, but it's very normal for people to feel that way when dealing with sick family members, sick loved ones. But yeah, just try not to kill them like James when that happens. Try not to go that far, because you're probably not going to feel so good about it. You might think you want to get your life back and that it'll help the situation, but if this game is anything to go by, maybe try and think twice about it. Didn't turn out too well for old James here. He didn't really think it through in the end, I don't think. Thought he could get his life back, but Mary was James's life. The way the line figures look here, splashing around under the water where you can barely see them. Do they even come up above the water here? So oppressive, like Mary on her deathbed, like you're hearing the final gasps of someone. The drones there as well. And some of Yamaoka at his absolute best.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Now there's no following her up here. You get blocked by the fire. The framing of the stairs here like a mountain. Or Angela. Can you take damage here? I don't know. I'm not sure. In the remake, you don't stay in the area afterwards. Yeah, it's he leaves during the cutscene. I think, anyway. From what I remember. Yeah, always hits me, that scene, which we've already spoken about a few times over the course of the playthrough. When talking about Angela, some of those lines. That strange moment where she stops to stare over at the figure on the wall, where it cuts to that wide shot of James with his head down. When he bows his head after Angela says, "Maybe you think you can save me, heal all my pain." And you get no response from James because he's thinking about how he failed at these very things with Mary. That's what I thought. Throughout the game, James believes himself to be just the everyman good guy, the protector. I'll go with you, Angela. I'll help you. Kind of sees himself as the adult around these more childish characters. But he can't live up to the image that he has of himself. More little references here to the fire. Did I just go back the way I came? I think I did. don't think I usually pay attention to this heartbeat sound. Bum, bum. Okay, make sure not to overwrite the hotel lobby. It's easy to miss, but James does silently shake his head no to Angela's questions when the camera goes into first person. I don't think I ever paid attention to that detail. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look at that. Yeah, the first person scenes are kind of, they have a strange feeling about them in that scene. They're kind of surreal. Those shots that you get of Angela in first person, like you're way down below her. You feel like right underneath her. The way the camera kind of wobbles, it's very off kilter. Works well for the scene. Just catching up with the chat here. AJ with the 75, thank you. Here we go.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone! Ah!
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
All right, let's do it. Listen to this, edgelord. I do love the way they step back at the end there. Another incredible track from Yamaoka here. Betrayal is the name of this one. Ooh, close. such a cool fucking scene there. The ritualistic suicide. The self-impale. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. Rust-colored egg. There's no killing Pyramid Head. When it's time for Pyramid Head to die, he kills himself. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. I got a scarlet egg. Rust-colored egg and scarlet egg. It's about the size of a quail's egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. Again, about the size of a quail's egg. Wonder why they chose the quail egg. Doesn't matter where you insert it. Both of the doors here need an egg. Doesn't matter which one you put in which door. A lot of people interpret it as relating to the two murders. Where one is for Mary and the other one is for Eddie. If James has committed these two sins now up until this point. Not sure if the developers ever commented on that. Love this face here. Alright, time for the big flashback.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No! I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Here we go.
James.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
Watch out, Laura. There's a crazy man behind you. Be careful. Oh, man. What an ending. Always hits me so hard. What a track. Oh, there we go. I think we get... Did we get a different set of credits in this as well for the Enhanced Edition, boys? I think we do. Stick around, everyone. We're going to do some silly endings. Once we're done here, there's a bit of a palate cleanser. There we go. We get our beautiful results theme. What's this track called again? Pianissimo or something like that? But yeah, there we go, everyone. It's always the same. Always just emotionally exhausted after the credits of Silent Hill 2. That letter, man. What an incredible performance from Monica Horgan. Especially when you're wearing headphones and you can hear her struggling to hold her breath. You hear like all these little gasps in her voice. Man, what a game. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. There we go. Oh boy. Just catching up with the chat here. Oh boy, we have the Silent Hill 2 movie coming out soon, don't we? Good lord. What is Christoph Gans gonna do with this story, I wonder? I'm terrified by the possibilities. Good God. Was Scott Dolphin the special thanks there as well, yeah? I don't think I've even seen the most recent trailer. That's what it's called, Return to Silent Hill. Do we know how closely it's supposed to be following the story of Silent Hill 2? I wonder if it's gonna end with a long letter like that. Probably not. They should have brought Sean Bean back. Yeah. But they'd have to make sure that the film ended with the in-water ending. Yeah, I wonder what ending Christoph Gans is going to go for. Maybe he'll come up with his own ending. I'm amazed Christoph Gans thinks that a man would care enough about their wife to go chasing after them after they're dead. You know, based off what we know about him and Silent Hill, the first Silent Hill movie. He just couldn't believe that a father would care that much about their child. So that's why he made it a mother looking for their daughter instead, because a father caring that much about their kids, no one would buy that. That's what I was thinking. Maybe in Christoph Gans' Silent Hill 2, it would be Mary looking for James. All right. We go look at some silly endings. Let's do it. Let's do it. Still almost feels wrong. After that ending, it just like, how can you really follow anything up with that? All right, back to the hotel lobby. All right, it's time for a palate cleanser. I'm gonna take the edge off a bit. So, over the course of the playthrough, we've been building up to our UFO ending. First at Brookhaven Hospital, then right before we reach the hotel, and this is the final location for the UFO ending. You could watch the videotape, but why would you watch the videotape when you can do this instead? Oh shit! He's still looking. Get him, boys. Oh shit, Harry has joined them. They've joined forces. And now they're using Harry to bait other people back into the ship. I wonder, is James going to join the team? I love how it serves as a kind of sequel to Silent Hill 1's UFO ending. There we go. Silent Hill 1's UFO ending is just so funny when Harry asks the aliens, have they seen a little girl? Harry doesn't give a fuck that they're aliens. Hey, by the way, have you seen a little girl around here? Then they just blast him with their guns. The credits are short for that one. I didn't skip over the credits by mistake there, did I? All right, dog ending time. The dog key. Found inside a doghouse. No idea where to use it. I love that. Just gotta search every door in the game until you find it. Again, this only appears on NG+. There's no way to do all of these silly endings on a first playthrough. Which makes sense, obviously. Imagine getting the fucking dog ending on a first playthrough. The UFO ending. Alright. This is the door. Now it's time to see who's been in control this whole time. Oh, wrong door. Oh wait, no, it's after the next scene. Never mind. We have to watch the tape. Okay, hold on. I'm forgetting how it works. That's even funnier after you watch the tape. Okay, here we go. Kind of an alien-like sound there. Like an alien woof. Woof woof. The monitors.
お前の仕業だったのか?
With the serious head on him, just like James in the credits. All the holes. Doesn't like Eddie. Eddie steals all his food. Oh yeah, and of course Eddie likes to kill dogs too. Look at Pyramid Head on the artwork there on one of the monitors. Bravo! That last shot of Laura looked kind of weird. Did she look kind of weird in that last shot? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm not sure if I want to do the rebirth ending. To do the rebirth ending, I'm going to have to go and fight Pyramid Head again. And the final Maria boss. And the final boss. Do I really want to do that? Nile with the 36. Thank you very much. We do get to hear another really cool ending theme in the Rebirth ending. I really like the Rebirth ending. It's just, you know, after we've already shown one main ending, having to do the fucking bosses again is a bit tedious. How about we do Born from a Wish first? And then maybe after Born from a Wish, I'll think about doing the Rebirth ending. Let's do Born from a Wish. So here is Maria's sub-scenario, side story. This is very short. It'll just take like an hour and a half, something like that. And yeah, I really like this little side story. It adds some new little mysteries to the story of Silent Hill 2 and expands on Maria and how Maria came to be. And it does it all without explaining too much, I think, which is nice. It kind of creates more mysteries. It asks more questions than it answers, this little side scenario. Let's do it.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters? What do I do now? Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living. But I'm scared to die. I'm so afraid of pain. Should I run away? I want to find somebody. I don't like being alone. But is there anyone left alive?
So, we begin here in Heaven's Night. We take a look in our inventory. We just have one item, this revolver here. Interestingly, with one round in the chamber. Maria here debating whether to kill herself or not, I think is the idea. We got more ammo here. With her little monologue there, I think she's supposed to reflect Mary's bedridden state. How she felt between life and death. There was a part of her that wanted to die. There was a part of her that wanted to live. And she was struggling with those feelings. And here we see Maria in a similar state, questioning if she really wants to go on. She wants comfort. She wants to find someone. She's afraid to die, but she's not sure if she wants to go out and find someone all the same, due to the pain that that might bring. I like to think of this as like the moment of her conception as well, that she is literally born here. The title of the scenario is Born from a Wish, born from James's desires. In the base game, she's already kind of synonymous with this place. It's one of the first areas you go after meeting Maria. She has the keys to the place, as if she works here. Feels like she's taking the form of a stripper who works here. I didn't know that there are additional scenarios. How? This was released... This did not release with the original version of the game. This didn't release until they released the director's cut version of the game. Which added this new scenario where we get to play as Maria. It's quite short. But yeah, it's interesting. It expands a little bit on how Maria came to be. Xbox got it first, did it? Yeah. But it was the first console to get the director's cut. What else did the director's cut change? It added the rebirth ending as well, right? The UFO ending, I think, was in the base game. It probably changed some other, like, little nuances in cutscenes. Like, maybe, like, some slightly different shots here or there. But the UFO ending was new. The rebirth ending was in the original version of the game. Easy to mix that up, you know, because Silent Hill 1 had the UFO ending. Silent Hill 1 didn't get any other extra versions. You know, we didn't get a special version of Silent Hill 1. The base version already had the UFO ending. What do you know what bugs they fixed, Bad Humans? Is that why the UFO ending has no voice acting? Maybe. So yeah, here we are, alone on the street with Maria, with absolutely no real objective. Well, I guess in that scene, she says she has this desire to go out and find someone. She's afraid of the monsters, afraid of the pain that she might encounter. So the pain she was referring to, I think, was referring to, you know, human connection and getting close to someone and pain coming about from that. But let's go take a run around, shall we, and see what we can find. Pyro Danny with the 19. Much appreciated. What are we thinking after Silent Hill 2? Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F is what's after Silent Hill 2. Well, not really. I'll be playing some VODs later while I sleep, but when I wake up tomorrow morning, it's Silent Hill F time. There's nothing for me to do here. Luke, did I thank you for your 29 as well? Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna fly to New Zealand tonight. Starting early. I'll be starting in around like 14 hours, I think. 14 hours, roughly, is when we'll be playing Silent Hill F. $5 a.m. for you. The VODs will always be there if you want to catch up with what you missed. They'll be getting uploaded to my YouTube as well. Exclamation mark YT2 in the chat if you want a link to my YouTube channel. Threedogg has been doing a great job uploading all of my stuff here from Twitch. Hey, cheers, Roy Brown. I think I have my alerts muted here. Let me unmute them.
Thanks. Thanks.
Look at this lying figure up here.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
There we go. We're up to date. Yeah, you don't really want those alerts going off during Mary's letter, you know? Kind of interfere with the mood just a little bit. Wow. We found some blood. We must be on the right track. Yeah, this is a good sign for Maria. Blood. There must be someone nearby. Someone I can talk to. Yeah, and the blood leads us to this door over here. Dead. Now, this is our main location for this sub-story. The whole thing takes place here, more or less. On a first playthrough, you can spend a long time out on the street trying to figure out where to go here. Remember the first time I played it, I had no idea what I was doing. Can you see this house in the base game? I don't think so. Like, well, you definitely can't come in here. And out here. Maybe this door is here. Like, even from here, you can't see any building. But yeah, I wonder if you can even see this door. Right beside the Blue Creek Apartments. I got a map of the mansion. We got some med kits. We got some more ammo. The fireplace is boarded off. Do not use is written on it. Just a row of dishes. Nothing to do with me. Maria gets her own save screen here. Lord Oda, hey. Cool little detail here. This picture on the wall. You see a kind of red tablet looking thing and a black tablet looking thing. Those are actually items that we use later on. References to items that we use as a part of a puzzle later. Hey, I forgot we could get this early. We get the white board. When the white breath is found, I shall dedicate this thing. O spirit of the mist, grant us fortune eternal, is written on the back. You might recognize the image on the plate there. It's the same as the white chrism that you collect in the base game, one of the rebirth materials.
Is somebody there? Open up. Hello?
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Thank God. I finally found somebody. Can you open the door?
No.
But why?
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to be alone. Other people just irritate me.
I just want to see another human face. Do you know what's happening in this town? There's no one here. Just monsters.
Yes, I know. But so what? It has nothing to do with me. No one here means there's no one to disturb me.
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes, exactly. But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane. Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
My name is Maria. What's your name?
Ernest.
Hemingway?
Baldwin.
Ernest? I'll be back.
All right. There we get introduced to Ernest. He'll be our only friend for this little side story. Ernest, stop it. You're disturbing me.
Ernest? Are you there? No, I guess not.
Maria's first thought is Hemingway? Ernest Hemingway? I think there might be a reason why she said Ernest Hemingway, but we'll get to that later. We have no radio to warn us of the monsters here. It's easy to get spooked by them. Locked. Hey there, Shadow Cloud. Yeah, you're in time. We're not too far into it. Just got the first scene with Ernest. I like that moment where Maria has to think of her name. What her name is. Maybe the first time she's ever spoken her name. Is this the sound? This was boarded up before. Shadow Cloud, thank you for gifting a sub to the social experiment. Did that just wake you up, Pew? This is not a part of the remake. No. You can go to the Baldwin mansion and they allude to it, but it's not in the remake. No. Along the way, I can see something that looks like a hole. Climb the ladder. And we get the red and the black board, which we saw on the picture. Lovely little garden area here. There's a square depression in the center of the tombstone, and above that is a carefully carved epitaph. Along with you died joy. All that remains is despair and a future of meaningless tomorrows. But I will never give up. One, to see your beautiful smile again. One, to beg the blessings of the gods. I wait for that day. When the boards cover all sadness too will be covered. But until my dreams return to reality, I will have to swallow all the pain. There's a key firmly embedded in the stone beneath the depression. No matter how I try, I can't pull it out. So once again, we have a story here that kind of mirrors the base game. Along with you died joy, someone who lost a a loved one. All that remains is despair and a future of meaningless tomorrows. But I will never give up. One, to see your beautiful smile again. One, to beg the blessings of the gods. I wait for that day. Someone who desires to see their loved one again after they've passed away. When the boards cover all sadness too will be covered. But until my dreams return to reality, I will have to swallow all the pain. So what we have to do here is we have to, like the puzzle suggests, we need to cover up this entire background here. This swirling green image here. We looked at this one already. When the white breath is found, I shall dedicate this thing. O spirit of the mist, grant us fortune eternal, is written on the back. Now you might start to see why this has the rebirth ritual material on it. And the same with this one. It's the goblet that you need to collect to perform the rebirth ritual. When the dark grail is found, I shall dedicate this thing. You who deny death, grant us fortune eternal, is written on the back. And finally, a reference to the Crimson Ceremony book, which you need to perform the rebirth ritual. All the rebirth materials from the base game. When the crimson words are found, I shall dedicate this thing. O you gods, deep in slumber, grant us fortune eternal. First, we're going to place down the whiteboard. Then the blackboard. Yeah, we have the option here. Insert as is. Turn 90 degrees to the right, 90 degrees to the left, or 180 degrees. Insert it as it is. I think there might be a few different ways of doing this to cover up the whole thing. Now we just have 2 green slots at the back to cover up. Turn it to the right. Damn. Remove. Turn it to the left. There we go. Now all we see is the colors of the boards. Red, white, and black. When the 3 boards overlapped, the key came free. So maybe now we're helping with this person who wants to see their beloved again. Written on the stone. Hardcastle, hey.
Ernest? Are you there?
Stop it.
No. I guess not.
You're disturbing me. Didn't you hear him, Maria? He was right there. By the way, Ernest's VA is the same guy who says Resident Evil on the Resident Evil title screens. How's that for some trivia? Here we use the Acacia key. Oh, I should have looked at the Acacia key before I used it. We'll be learning more about the symbolism behind acacia later. Always love these kinds of areas in Silent Hill 2 where you can see the fog outside the window. Really nice. I'm not sure if he did it for all of the classic Resident Evils. He definitely did it for one of them. Come on, let's go back. We're in the kids' room here. I got matches. Matches in the kids' room. Interesting. Only 2 or 3 matches are left. Found in kids' room. Small bed for a child. A doll is sitting on the chair. Now that I look closer, it's filthy. Whoever lived here must have really loved this thing. Stuffed animals line the top of the shelf. Nothing very interesting. Oh, is this a teddy bear? It's not very well made, but it's sort of cute anyway. I bet Laura would love it. She loves bears. Laura? Who am I talking about? Really cool little moment here. Maria. She has all of these feelings towards Laura, but she doesn't understand why. She's born with Mary's memories and emotions and feelings, but she's not really sure why she has them or how she has them. Very much in line with the scene you get with Maria in Brookhaven in the base game, you know, where James asks her about it. You really seem to care for her. Do you know her? I haven't met her before, but I just feel sorry for her. All alone. I guess it's the part of her as well that relates to Laura. Being alone like she was in the hospital.
Oh no, she fell in the window! Don't move her!
What happened?
There's a candle here. What happened up here? Someone fell. Something bad happened. Can't see anything. We did just pick up some matches. Look at this pretty game. There's something below the chair. Is this a birthday card? To my dearest daddy. Happy birthday from Amy Baldwin. Ernest's daughter, it would seem. It's a pile of junk. Doesn't look like there's anything useful. Okay, back down we go.
Give it.
To my daddy.
ready.
Jesus Christ. So quiet. No sound. No radio. The radio isn't here to warn us of the monsters. More health drinks. Ooh, that looks nice. Except we're seeing some clipping effect there with the fog that we shouldn't be seeing. Here we go. There's a book here. It looks like a plant encyclopedia. Acacia. A genus of evergreen trees of the mimosa tribe of the pea family. Its tiny flowers are yellow or white and grow in clusters. Wait, did I say that correctly? Its tiny flowers are yellow or white and grow in clusters. Common varieties include the gum tree. The acacia tree is a potent symbol in many religions across the world. In Christianity, it represents eternal life and morality. In ancient Egypt, it represented purity and rebirth. While in ancient Babylonia, it was thought of as the tree of the goddess Ishtar and was a symbol of life. It was also a holy tree to the ancient Jews, who built the sacred Ark of the Covenant from it, and for whom it signified a peaceful death and a release from grief. All pretty relevant stuff to what's going on. Life and rebirth. A release from grief. Love how this feels so much like a classic spooky ghost story. Yeah, the haunted mansion setting. I really like this little story we have in this. Maybe this is where I'm supposed to go. Where am I on the map? Nice, some more ammo. This really reminds me of that shot of Angela in the opening montage cinematic where you see her running through her house, I would imagine. Maybe right after she killed her father or before. She's running through that long hall and you're just looking at it from outside the window. the menu still say she has 1 round in her revolver? It only says it has 1 round if it has 1 round, Q-Dog. Once you put more rounds into the revolver, the number changes. If there's 1 round, it'll be 1 round. The scenario begins with 1 round in the chamber. But then when you find ammo and reload it, it reloads normally. That's okay, Q-Duck. I guess you just assumed for some reason that I didn't find any ammo or anything. You were just wondering if there was some magical shenanigans going on with the gun. What do we have here? Lost Memories. Again, another rebirth material from the base game. I have the strongest trust, you may even call it faith, in the miracle called Resurrection of the Dead. Upon the hill where the light descended, the beast intoned his song. With words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night, the grave become an open field. The people wept in fear and joy at the reunion, but my faith in the salvation of Zushilpaba did not waver. It is also spoken of in the ancient legends. The original worshippers did not believe that death was the end, but that it was simply the path by which the deceased returned to nature. They also believed the process was reversible. There's something imprinted towards the bottom of the page. Did Ernest write this? What could it mean? Blood equals red, mist equals white, night equals black. I love this last line here. With words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night, the grave become an open field. And here we have a potential Silent Hill 3 tie-in. One of the cult's angels, Zushilbara, it's called in Silent Hill 3. Here it says Zushilpaba. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be referencing the same deity. I'd say it's probably is supposed to be the same angel deity. Okay. Let's see if we can find Ernest again. Ask him about some of this stuff. You've got some strange interests here, Ernest. What are you up to?
Do you know a little girl named Amy?
Why do you ask me that?
This letter. To my dearest daddy. It's from a girl named Amy Baldwin. Your daddy?
Yes. Where'd you find that?
Up in the attic.
Oh. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there. Why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
Ernest. Amy. She isn't... I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
No need to apologize. You didn't remind me. I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny, I'm not sure which one is sadder. It's been 10 years, but I still...
Ernest, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Maria, that letter.
I'll leave it here.
Thanks. Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
So perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
In the apartment next door, there's a bottle containing a white liquid. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's in there somewhere. I must have it.
You... want me to get it for you?
Please.
Why don't you just get it yourself?
If I could, believe me, I would. But
White?
I'll open the stairway door.
Ernest, do you really believe it will work?
I don't know.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind fighting for an impossible cause. Anyway, it beats just giving up and doing nothing.
Maria, thank you.
All right. Let's go help Ernest resurrect his dead daughter. Let's see how this turns out. Shadow Cloud, did I thank you for your gifted sub earlier? I can't remember. Thank you so much. I love some of Ernest's lines there, just the desperation in his voice. Can we go back and talk to him again?
You think miracles really can happen?
This is Silent Hill.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, Maria, you think too much. I'm from here. This is my town.
Ooh. Amy's present to her father, Ernest, found with the birthday card. I think I'll leave this here. That very strange moment where he says, so now that's why you could see me. Obviously, we haven't seen Ernest at all. We've just been talking to him from beyond these doors. And Maria acts just like the player there as well. She's like, huh? Very strange. And that's what gives him the idea. Maybe that means I can hope for a miracle as well. If he just means being able to communicate with Maria, you know, maybe you could look at that as being, you know, because Maria, like him, maybe isn't a natural living human. You know, maybe he's tried to communicate with people before, but he was unable to. Or other people haven't noticed his presence, but Maria can talk to him. Because she's some kind of manifestation, some other kind of entity from the town. But again, it's strange though, you know, we haven't seen him. Maria's also confused by it. He is the door. Oh my god. Maybe he is the door. But he moves, he changes location. So he must turn into another door. This isn't where we spoke to him the first time. See, now he's in the bedroom here. Jesus Christ. Didn't see you there at all. So now we need to go over to the Blue Creek Apartments from the base game and find this white oil for Ernest. First, let's stomp on these critters here. Where are you? They crawl up the walls as well. Come here, you son of a bitch. Oh my god, he's still moving here somewhere. He's dead. Okay. What? There's something janky going on with this thing. There he is. Jesus Christ. Even the music thought he was dead. The music stopped. And he seemed to stop, and then he came back. Maybe these bugs are performing rebirthing rituals as well. Now I can take a look at this in peace. There's some kind of plate on the floor. Amy Baldwin. She was loved too much by God. 7 years was not enough time. We're almost at the end of this story, by the way. Very short. Keep out of Haunted Mansion. Where all the kids hanging around here. So now we're back in Blue Creek. And this is where we find the white chrism, back in the coin room. White liquid. Small bottle filled with an unknown white liquid. The label reads, "I deny thee." Denying death. Okay, let's head back to Ernest. You can wander around a bit more here, but I don't think there's... Oh yeah, isn't there one cool little detail here, actually? If we go over to the fire escape where you exit as James. Wrong place. Hold on. I can't open it. Huh. I thought she had some funny little comment here. Hold on, let me take a look upstairs. I think we can check upstairs. Oh, you can even get the map here. No way. No, I bet you won't be able to pick it up. You can pick it up. I think it's over here, the Pyramid Head room. Oh. Oh, you can even go through here. Pyramid Head boss room. This should take me to the alley that runs to the park. But first, I'd better take care of my promise to Ernest. There it is, yeah. As if she has plans. As if this idea has already been planted in her head. Right? Because that's where she goes to wait for James at Rosewater Park. The final cutscene of this scenario takes place in that alley as well. Neat little touch. I don't think she has any other unique reactions. Listo with the 94. Thank you. And the 87 streak. Are you going to be playing it, Listo, or are you just going to be watching me play it? Yeah, it might be more to your taste, maybe, Listo, if it's going to be meshing action and horror. No, I'm not sure how much action there will be. The aspects of the game, the parts of the game that look like survival horror still look pretty survival horror. You know, it doesn't look like, you know, it's not RE4. Seems like it's going to have more action-y gameplay, but the survival horror elements still look pretty survival horror. But yeah, I'll put a little countdown up on the screen when we're done here with Silent Hill 2. I might change the title of the stream as well. Maybe put Silent Hill F countdown in the title. Stick a timer up. Okay. So here we go. This is the ending. Enjoy. I really like this last scene with Ernest.
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
I'm not sure God is the right word.
Do you believe in fate?
Not really.
That's fine then.
Ernest, can I open this?
This is a dead end. There's nothing beyond here.
I know. So, what if I had said I believed in fate?
That James. He's a bad man.
James... Yes. I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway, that's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
James.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
There we go. Enjoy the unique credits theme here. We get another unique credits theme for Maria's sub-scenario. Love Song, this one's called. Look at how good the shots look here, all low res with the grain. We have to play the PS2 version next time. Get as grungy as possible. All right. Yeah. We saw the PC credits. We gave you your credit. There we go again. 50 minutes. Yeah, very short. Although it didn't include loading times, menu times, cutscene times. It was a bit longer. But yeah, I've always really enjoyed that sub-scenario, particularly the final scene. Just the sense of stillness, the pace. Love the music, Yamaoka's droning sounds. Just the whole mood of that scene. Ernest leading Maria onto her path, knowing all about James. Ernest's, in one sense, feeling like a kind of powerful entity in the town who has all this knowledge, like he is the town or something. But then he's also this very pathetic character as well at the same time, stuck, isolated, alone, desperately trying to perform this ritual, which seems like a lost cause, to bring his daughter back. What happened to him in the end? You have all these questions. What kind of entity is he? How much power does he have? But yeah, I think they do a good job of expanding on Maria's character while not revealing too much, creating more questions than answers. That James, he's a bad man. Ernest is... We don't see Ernest anywhere else. He is never referenced in the other games. This is the only time we ever see Ernest. And this is the only time we ever play as an entity like Maria as well, where we play as one of the character's manifestations. That's part of what makes it so unique, you know? You get to see... It's a very different perspective. Playing as one of the characters' manifestations and seeing how they interact with other entities in the town. This spirit that Ernest seems to be, this ghost. Those items you see on the table at the end are strange as well. You see, it's like he opened his daughter's present. There were black gloves on the table. Did his daughter buy him gloves? Was that the present? You also see something that looks like a rope or a tube or something. It really reminded me of the tube texture that you see inside Walter. You know how Walter is stuck full of tubes? It seems like he might be trying to prevent his body from rotting in there with the fridge, and you see he has all these tubes inside him. It looked very similar, I thought, that item you saw on the desk there. I always do think of OJ when I see the gloves. Big OJ vibes from the gloves. They do look similar, yeah. Maybe he's actually OJ. Funnily enough, you could trace this game back to OJ. If it wasn't for OJ, we might not have had Silent Hill 2. Right? Because if you trace the influences, Silent Hill 2 heavily inspired by David Lynch's Lost Highway, and Lost Highway was heavily inspired by the OJ trial. Lynch watched the OJ trial, was convinced that OJ was guilty, and wondered how could someone go on living after committing a murder like that? You know, go on acting like everything was normal, and he started to get ideas for a story that would follow a protagonist who went through something similar. Lost Highway is about a guy who kills his wife and then goes on to live in a fantasy world where he believes he didn't do anything, believes himself to be this completely different person until the guilt catches up to him. So yeah, maybe those are OJ's gloves. Hold on a second here. Am I up to date on thanking everyone? Listo again with the 94. Shadow Cloud with the gifted sub. Pyro Danny, Luke, Dab, Niall, everyone. Thank you so much. Let me see here. Yeah, I think we'll end it there for now, guys. I'm going to play some more VODs while I sleep, and tomorrow is the big day. It's Silent Hill F Day tomorrow, so exciting times. I hope to see some of you here tomorrow for the big day. For the VODs tonight, I think I'm going to play some Silent Hill 2 Remake. I wasn't so sure about playing more Silent Hill 2 after Silent Hill 2, but yeah, I think I'm going to play one of my remake playthroughs. I don't think it's the first playthrough that I have. I think it is my first NG Plus playthrough. So I think it's my second playthrough. So yeah, feel free and stick around, and feel free to stick around and watch my SH2R playthrough if you like. And I'll see you tomorrow around midday. What time is it now? Yeah, in around 12 hours time, we should be playing Silent Hill F. Not sure what the time is exactly. 12 hours, 13 hours, something like that. That's when we'll be loading up Silent Hill F. No more endings? Nah, I could go and fight Pyramid Head again and Mary and get the James Rebirth ending, but nah, fuck it. I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed the Silent Hill 2 playthrough, and I'll see you tomorrow. Till next time, everyone. Take it easy. 17 hours, according to this one site. I don't think it's 17 hours. Anyway, maybe it's 17 hours. I think it's like 12, 13 hours. I'll keep you updated on Discord anyway. Cheers, everyone. I'll put a timer up on the screen as well. But first I'll have to double check on the PS5 and everything. Just give me a few minutes and I'll get the timer set up after I stick up the VOD.